Welcome to the PeopleFirst HR Excellence Awards 2024. A warm virtual welcome to everyone joining us today from across the globe. We're thrilled to celebrate this momentous occasion, the annual 8th PeopleFirst HR Excellence Awards. Over the past 8 years, these awards have become a powerful platform to recognize groundbreaking initiatives and exceptional leaders who are shaping the future of work. This year, we're placing a special focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Did you know that a recent study found companies with strong DE&I practices experience 21% higher profitability? Fostering inclusive workplaces is not just the right thing to do. It's critical for business success. Throughout the day, we'll be delving into this crucial topic through insightful panel discussions. But today isn't just about exploring the future. It's about celebrating the incredible achievements of the present. We have a phenomenal lineup of nominees across a wide range of categories, all pushing the boundaries of HR excellence. From innovative talent acquisition strategies to exceptional employee engagement programs. We're excited to unveil the winners who are truly making a difference. But before we begin, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Senior Director, Ms. Nilakshi Mukherjee, who will share a few opening remarks. Nilakshi, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Andy, for that wonderful start and the tone setting for the awards this year.
Appreciate
To
it.
distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and visionary leaders of the HR landscape, a very good morning. It's my pleasure and honor to have you here today. Today we convene not just for an award ceremony, but for a pivotal moment in the evolution of the modern workplace. The PeopleFirst HR Excellence Awards 2024 marks a summit, a culmination of years of dedication to excellence, where we celebrate those who are not only shaping the future of HR, but forging a path towards a more inclusive and equitable tomorrow. But before we embark upon the journey, a very warm note of gratitude to each one of you for making it ever so special and being here today. This isn't just about ticking boxes. It's about fostering environments where everyone feels valued, empowered, and can reach their full potential. It's about recognizing the unique strengths each person brings to the table and leveraging them to create a truly thriving organization. 2024 has been a pivotal year for DE&I. We've seen a groundswell of action, a rising tide of awareness, and a collective commitment to building workplaces that reflect the rich tapestry of our society. The nominees we honor today are at the forefront of this movement in more ways than one. They are the architects of change, the champions of fairness, and the true embodiment of the PeopleFirst spirit. The PeopleFirst story extends far beyond this theme. Over the years, these awards have become a cherished tradition. We've witnessed countless journeys of excellence unfold year after year. We've had the privilege of interacting with and learning from some of the most respected and reputed stalwarts in the HR fraternity. Each ceremony has been a testament to the incredible network we've built, a network that transcends companies and competition. It's a network built on a shared purpose, on the collective desire to elevate the HR profession and empower our workforces. Today, we celebrate not just individual achievements, but the strength of this professional family we've all become. At PeopleFirst HR Excellence Awards, we take immense pride in hosting few of the best names in the industry. A big thank you to all of those who've shown trust in the process, which embodies transparency, accuracy, and a great attention to detail. Over the years, We've been a proud recipient of over 1,000 stories of impeccable HR journeys across the functions and organizations, which excites us even so more to deliver our promise. Needless to mention, all who take stage today are winners. After being meticulously judged by an august jury panel, each organization or individual out there is no less than the other. So please join hands to celebrate every accolade today. On this day, we acknowledge the power of a diverse workforce, the strength of an equitable environment, and the limitless potential that comes from embracing inclusion. Get ready to be inspired. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Nilakshi, for those inspiring words. You've truly set the tone for today's celebration, igniting the spirit of DE&I. Your passion and insights have given us a powerful start to this event. Now, to turn up the heat even further, we have the distinct honor of welcoming our guest of honor, a titan in the world of diversity, equity, and inclusion, Sumit Agarwal. Sumit isn't just an advisor, he's an architect of inclusion. He sculpted policies and delivered insights that have transformed Fortune 500 companies. Imagine a world where every voice is heard, every talent is valued. That's the world Sumit strives for. Hi, Sumit. Thank you so much for joining us.
Namaskar and thank you for welcoming me at such a wonderful event. That was such a long introduction, but I just am a human being who strives to make the world a better place. Thank you for welcoming me here.
So, a TEDx speaker, a LinkedIn top voice, an SDG ambassador for diversity and inclusion. His dedication is as vast as his list of accolades. He has graced prestigious platforms like Reliance, Monster.com, and even IITs. Sumit's not just preaching, he's practicing. His work with Great Place to Work Institute India ensures exceptional employee experiences for all. But his commitment doesn't stop there. He's a champion for global diversity goals and a lifetime member of prestigious organizations like the National HRD Network. He even empowers youth through his work with ICFAI. Sumit Agarwal is more than a name. He's a movement. Please join me in welcoming this champion of DE&I to our virtual stage once again. Sumit, we'd be honored if you could say a few words, please.
I am somebody who's not supposed to be alive today. I was born with 70% movement restrictions. I survived 4 major surgeries. I was rejected by 30 schools. I was rejected by 6 MNCs. They told me, we will not give you a job, even though I was the topper of my MBA university across the country. After my 6th interview, I told them, I don't need your jobs. Keep it to yourself. I'll make the world a better place on my own. What the world needs is a bit of empathy, a bit of humanity, a bit of heart, because there are too many numbers. People now look at data. People now look at the balance sheets to make all their decisions. But I believe all the decisions should be made from heart, because humanity begins from empathy. It starts with empathy. If we are not able to connect, if we are not able to bond, if we are not able to bring and bridge relationships together, then we cannot be the civilization that we strive to be there. Today, if we look at India, with a population of 135 crores, we have the largest population in the world. It is the youngest population in the world. we have to now think that what kind of a democracy we want to build for the future. There are 96 crores registered voters in India. 50% of them are women. 14,000 people are transgenders who are registered voters. 85 lakhs were people with disabilities. Most of their votes were collected from their houses. Why can't we learn from the Bharat and the mechanism of Bharat and strive to be a diverse and inclusive country as we truly are? And why can't we replicate that diversity of our country to reflect the values and cultures of all the companies? Why do we have to speak about diversity? Why do we have to speak about inclusion? Isn't that not by choice? It should come from the heart. There should not be workshops on DE and I. It should come from people's heart that everybody should be given equal amount of chances. They should be enabled equally. I don't only speak about equality, but I also speak about equity. Enable them so that they can achieve what they are set out to achieve. In Dubai, they don't call people with disabilities persons with disabilities. They call people with disabilities as determined people. Because people with disabilities are truly determined to achieve what they set out their goals on. In 2030, we have a target of SDG goals. And one of the goals, goal number 10 specifically, is reducing inequities. If we look at it in a global scale, India is now leading the world by example. In many sectors, many spheres, many companies are coming to India to invest. The startup sector is growing. We have over 111 unicorns in the few last years. Companies are growing, the startup ecosystem is growing. Nvidia is investing in India heavily, and now it has also become the world's most valuable brand few days back. So it is truly the golden era of Bharat. But it truly lies with the companies to give space and make space for people who are different. Because differences are not only there to be accepted, but they are also there to be celebrated. You can't clap your hand with one finger like this. You need to have all the fingers in place so that you can make some noise and make some impact. I know people with disabilities who have become IAS officers. I know people who are transgenders who have become judges of the Supreme Court. I know women who are CEOs in Fortune 500 companies. So, why do we have to keep talking about it? Why can't we just normalize it? If we normalize diversity, you will see a growth rate of 35% in your profit margins. Just imagine if everything was homogeneous in the workplace culture and everybody looked like you. You would be bored of talking to yourself every single day, right? So differences are what makes us human, what makes us unique. So when I talk about diversity, it's not about, oh my God, I have got a checklist. Let me tick all the boxes. And now we have 10% women in the company. Our goals are achieved. No, we don't do that. We make sure that there are ERGs in place. We don't go for women-only training leadership workshops because it's the men who need to be trained, and men need to see that there are already women in the company who deserve leadership positions. Also, we don't need to see people with disabilities as a charity case or CSR. Let him be there just to motivate other employees in the company. No, he is not just a motivational tool. He is somebody who brings value to your company. And if you are not able to see it that way, then I don't think you are ready to celebrate diversity. If I look at top Fortune 500 companies, they have a target of 10% diversity in their total workforce right now. And I think by 2030, India will have moved significantly ahead in diversity. But it is up to MSMEs, it is up to HR professionals for Bharat to realize that dream. You are not just a company, you are not just a HR network, you are not just helping employees at your respective companies, but you are helping the country as a whole. You are shaping India's future. You have to decide that we have the world's youngest population. What kind of example do we want to set for them? That India is a place where everybody is welcomed, or India is a place where we feel isolated. The moment where we include all cultures from all different ethnicities, irrespective of their background, India starts leading the world. I believe that is the Bharat we all achieve to see and we all are striving for. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumit, so much. That really sets the perspective. And those were some incredible stats that you gave us, an eye-opener. And as you rightly said, that we need to progress in the right direction. So your passion for DE&I is truly inspiring. Thank you once again. All right. We are now transitioning to our first panel discussion, and we have a distinguished panel ready to engage with us. The topic we are delving into is dismantling the unseen barrier, the challenges to implementing DEI programs. Now, this discussion will explore the intricate obstacles that organizations face in promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the innovative solutions that can drive meaningful change. But before we dive into this invigorating discussion, allow me to introduce you to our remarkable panel. If we can have our panelists turn on their cameras. All right, and we're back now. Sorry about the delay. So
वेट अभी हम लोग का स्लाइड ही है I'll give you a countdown. Okay, so you can start now.
And we're back now with our first panel discussion. We finally have them here. If I could request our panel members to turn on their cameras, that would be great. Thank you. All right, so allow me to introduce you to our remarkable panel here. Our first panelist is Ms. Parvati Menon. She combines deep research on exponential leadership mindsets with practical experience in building ventures. As principal learning partner with Harvard Business Publishing, She designs customized leadership learning journeys. Parvati founded Innovation Alchemy Consulting and Fresh Harvest Private Limited, focusing on innovation and sustainable agriculture. She is a certified senior moderator for leadership learning, impacting leaders globally. She chairs the board for the School for Social Entrepreneurs, India, and serves on the board of National Peroxide Limited. Hi, Parvati. Welcome to the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Wonderful to be on the panel. Thank you, Andy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to IVS Ranganath, an award-winning HR leader with over 20 years of experience, currently heading HR at Shriram Bioseed Genetics. He excels in strategic alignment, talent engagement, and organizational development across India. Recognized as a top 100 HR leader, IVS is dedicated to creating empowering work environments and contributing to community development. Hi, IVS.
Hi, very good morning to all
Thank
of
you
you.
for joining us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right. Next, we have Dr. Kiranmai Pendyala, an esteemed HR leader and academic, formerly head of HR at Intercontinental Exchange India and a governing body member for various universities. She excels in global HR operations and change management, an accomplished author and international examiner. Dr. Kiranmai combines her academic expertise with extensive organizational experience. Once again, Dr. Kiranmai, thank you for joining us and welcome to the virtual stage today.
Pleasure to be here. Morning, everyone.
All right. Our moderator for today is Dr. Soumya Bhatgayan, Vice President of HR Business Strategy at Gold Star Jewelry Private Limited. With over 20 years in HR and a PhD in e-commerce, she brings deep expertise in organizational transformation and digital initiatives. Dr. Soumya is an educator, mentor, and a world record holder, I'm told. Dr. Soumya, the stage is yours. Thank you once again, and have a fantastic panel discussion.
Thank you, Andy, for such a beautiful introduction to all of you. Welcome to my fellow panel members. Lovely to see you all on this Friday morning. Thank you for taking out time and engaging in this discussion that we have today. I have two beautiful women, and for the diversity, we have Ranga here with us. So thank you, dear. So what a wonderful panel. I have known few of them through panels, through LinkedIn, through various forums. So thank you for meeting again here ethereally. And this is something that the cause is something that I personally associate with. So setting the pace and the context for today, I take real life examples. So I am wearing this watch, and I was wearing it on my right hand. And my niece said, Mommy, why are you wearing it on your right hand? I said, because I'm wearing the other stuff on my left hand. She said, aren't women supposed to wear it on the left hand? I said, wow, it never occurred to me. But thank you, the kind of mindset biases that we had. The second thing that happened with me was while I was at the airport. And at the airport, it so happens that we go with a sense of entitlement. हवाई जहाज में जाना है भाई, पैसे खर्च किए तो airport की सारी सुविधाएं हम लेंगे. So when we do that, what happens is there were porters helping others, and then there was this man standing there with just a small suitcase that was a cabin luggage. But because the person was traveling business, the sense of entitlement was, hey, I need a porter to pick this up. I will not touch my luggage. These things, also come in as a behavioral pattern from our day-to-day lives. And diversity today is not just based on the gender, caste, creed, or religion. but it is also extending beyond the abilities, disabilities, but more from the thought line. So, setting this as our talking theme today, in no particular order, I would love to have your thoughts on, what are the biases that you have encountered in putting forth the diversity and inclusion initiative in your respective organization. Let's bring in real life examples. Over to you all speakers. In no particular order, let's give the gentleman the first chance, क्योंकि वो एक मूवी में बोला था ना कि बाथरूम की लाइन के अलावा भी कहीं पर हम खड़े हो सकते हैं आगे. So over to you, Ranga.
Okay, thank you very much for having such a wonderful panel, and happy to be part of diversity here. Good to see, 3 female, 1 gentleman. Thank you very much. So I think in my context, in my perspective, first of all, why diversity and inclusion is required in the current organization. People are talking about, I think we all know that maybe last 5 years, a lot of buzz is happening, DEA. Actually, first of all, every organization has this impact. They want to create as one of the organization culture as a part of ethos of DEA. See, in my perspective, I think why diversity inclusion required, I think create a robust talent pipeline for a key sustainable index. That's one of the topmost priority, irrespective of any organization. That's my view. Number 2, create a positive impact on organizational effectiveness. Number 3, increase the productivity and retention. Having said that, I think we all agree that these are all very good to know, good to see that. But really, in the real-time impact, of course, I'll share some of the real-time examples also. Having this in HR, HR scope and HR strategy, but when it comes to the practical implementation, so when I go and ask my sales head, hey boss, diversity is one of the topmost pillar in this area agenda. So out of 6 territory sales manager, I want to hire you. I want to bring 2 females in the organization. Would you like to accept? Ranga, it's very good, but having female in my team, again, they need to travel across remote areas and these kind of blah, 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 I think there are so many says why they want to say no to them. Okay. That's the one biggest hindrance, even though people are accepting the fact that I want to have a diversity, but when it comes to individual to implement, there's a big question mark. How can I manage? That's number 1. I think that's why I always say that ensuring top-down commitment is most important. Number 1. Number 2, the commitment and conviction from the leadership is most important. For example, when I'm hiring in a campus hiring, I ensured that, I told my team members, even I told entire leadership team also, out of 8 ETs we need to hire, I want to have a 50% diversity in the hiring system. Okay, even though there is a lot of barriers, people say that, again, if you hire the people in sales and marketing, it may be difficult for them to go in different locations. But we insisted that people should have. Having said that, after putting those people into, having people into their female team members in the team, believe me, honestly, after 6 months, one of the journal business manager came back to me, sir, I think initially I have an apprehension about the female working in the field, but having 2 female members in my team, they're really fantastic. They're doing fantastic job. I think that's why I said the mindset. So people has to change the mindset. Let me accept the fact that I want to have a gender in my team. That's the number 1. Last but not least, I think, addressing the structural barriers. That's the reason, see, for example, there is a 10 positions I want to hire. Out of 10 positions, I told my team members, if you're sharing the profiles around 5 to 6, ensure that 50% of the profiles are female gender diversity. So that at least you can't say no to, all females at a time, even though they're filling as per the job specifications kind of thing. I think, we have everyone wants to have a diversity, but when it comes to personal, people always have apprehensions. I think, this is my opening remark to, to make a statement now. Yeah.
Absolutely agree, Ranga. In fact, I tell people, especially, B school graduates and others, that when you want to go for a job, stop thinking of yourself as a gender. Professionals and friendships don't have genders. You are a professional and so be it. So wonderful thoughts there, Ranga. I would want Parvati to take it forward if, if that's all right with you, Parvati.
Certainly, certainly. Firstly, thank you so much for having me on the panel with such esteemed and accomplished leaders. It's such a delight to be able to hear these perspectives and thoughts. Just building on what Ranga was sharing, I think the example that you've shared is such a brilliant one, because what it demonstrates is that one of the big reasons that there is a barrier to real inclusion is not because people don't want to include, because we don't have enough role models. Like that example you provided, somebody was open enough, you were able to convince them, they took on 2 women leaders, did really well. Now he's a converted champion. And he's willing to say, well, this was such a fantastic idea. So I'm sure if 10 more people were to go to him, he would tell them, you must, because I have had personal example. The moment we bring in a personal reference point of change, of inclusion having impacted you, those leaders who have opened themselves to it and have gone out of their way to try it and pilot it and experiment with it have become fantastic champions of it. So I feel the biggest barrier to this is not intent, it is awareness. It's the fact that we don't have enough role models of being able to do that. And I'm reminded of a fantastic book that was written by Harvard business professor Francis Fry and Anne Morris. And in this particular book, it's called Unleashed: The Unapologetic Leader's Guide to Empowering Everyone. It was a book on inclusion, right? And they were reviewing what is happening in the space of inclusion. As we all know, you've been talking about it right now as well. Women, just inclusion is not just women. It's not gender diversity, right? Even in women, there are so many challenges. Women, who are, like, for example, somebody was telling me about an example of somebody who said in an interview and said, so, are you married? Are you planning to have children? That question is very intrusive. I mean, they're not allowed to anymore in today's day and age ask that, because it reflects that you might think of that being a challenge. So we have diversity just from a gender perspective. But at the other spectrum, we have also neurodivergent challenges where we have a lot of men and women on a spectrum of autism where the neurodivergence is very, very far on the... So it's not like they are autistic people, but they are people with ADHD, for example. Even ADHD, the ability of a team member to concentrate on a task for long periods of time and if it's not there, is a little bit of a challenge for a team. For a leader who's not open to that and empathetic, he will say the person is not being able to concentrate and get things done. But the fact is that that person has ADHD and it is on the spectrum of a diversity challenge, right? Once you know that there is a challenge, most human beings, in my experience, I would say, and I'm sure research, corroborates that as well. Once we know, we have the ability to include. But if I didn't know, I'm not aware, I've never experienced it, I don't. So I feel the biggest job all of us have as leaders in the space, especially in diversity, to amp up the inclusion of a variety of diversity into the organization, is to constantly be looking to create examples, to bring those examples in, maybe role model, maybe bring in experts to be able to have those conversations. Just listening to Sumit just now in the inaugural speech, I was thinking to myself how much he would have encountered as someone with such a lot of capability, but working in a world which they had not experienced that before. Last weekend I had this opportunity to watch this fantastic film called Chandu Champion. It was an example of a Paralympic athlete who won a gold. We didn't even know him in our history. Or the weekend before that, I saw Shrikant, a visually impaired leader who built such a fantastic business. So as we see in the ecosystem, the awareness levels are going up, the ability to be able to appreciate is going up. And I feel that's the key. The more all of us are aware, the more all of us are talking about it and willing to agree that there is great value in it, the more we can start harnessing it. And I'll just close with one final point, my opening remarks, which is that And I want to go back to Sumit's point earlier. There is value, there is business value in diversity. Diversity brings in more innovation, more creativity, more empathy into the team the moment you have a team member who needs more support inside the organization. And all of that is good for business because it directly leads to the organization's ability to have business performance. And there is enough research to prove that.
Absolutely. Wonderful points there by Ranga and Parvati. Ranga bringing in the organizational culture and Parvati, putting in specific points as to, setting role models, leading by examples, and how you can bring in that culture. And that's so relevant because when I wanted to include diversity in gems and jewelry, as was the first company, and and we come from a very traditional mindset. So the leadership buy-in was something that ye kaise hoga, wherein 80% of my workforce is are the blue collar bench workers, and then they have their own language and lingos and the perspective at which they look at the Kinners and the others and they have their own intonation. So, but when we sensitize the entire organization towards it, the culture was so embracing to everyone that rather than being embarrassment, it became an all-inclusive culture. And that's where I think we earned the brownie points. Another third perspective I would really love to hear from Kiran Mai. What are your thoughts on this as an opening remark? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ranga and Parvati. It's fascinating to hear, your inputs and insights. But Soumya, I also want to point out, I always wear my watch on my right hand. So, since you started with it. Now, why are we even, referring to these in terms of biases? Because I think the key word, as several of my co-panelists have mentioned, mindset. It's a social conditioning and the mindset, which leads to these biases as we talk about. Be it against women or for women, or be it about physically challenged individuals and so on and so forth. So biases exist. I think the way each one of us have to start looking at is the unconscious bias which continues to be among all of us, including each one of us. But the moment we recognize, as Parvati mentioned, it's about identifying and constant awareness, which is going to slowly but surely move us towards the end of the dark tunnel where the light comes in. So while we do see instances, today we are talking about not just women, but it could be anyone who is underprivileged in a given economy or a society. So organizations like ours typically look at diversity. Largely, the first item which comes to the fore is women, because it's obvious, it's visible, and you're going to look at, men and women. You have so many across the globe. The globe is not, unequal per se. You have equal number of men and women. In some pockets, in some geographies today, we do hear that there are fewer women. And hence, we have stories now emanating in socio-dynamics where it says Punjab now doesn't have as many women as it used to. And hence, the farmers and other communities, they do need women at home. They do need women at the farm. They need, that particular cohort. So they're going to countries like Philippines, Indonesia, and others to just marry because they don't have enough women. It sounds very startling and weird for a minute, but those are the kind of trends. So I just want to share a little story. I don't know how many of you are aware, but I was struck by this. We are all somehow, sometimes, we are against saying, we don't want any preferential treatment. I don't know why women have to have a quota, or any particular class or caste needs to have a quota. There's always huge debates around it, right? And that becomes very divisive also at times, because you say, this caste versus that class. So you're trying to divide, or are you trying to bring them together? Because you're talking about inclusion while you want diversity. But interestingly, affirmative action, as it's called in the United States or one of the most developed countries, or we call it as reservations in India, they all have one agenda. The agenda is how do we build in that diversity? So in organizations as well, some of our organizations choose to have a quota system, as it's called by some. That is, you say certain percentage or this particular position, we want to see at least this percentage of women or this percentage of physically challenged. Now, why are they doing this? It's almost like forcing it, right? As Ranga's example is like he was trying to convert a champion or an ally. But the reason it's done is once it becomes a habit, initially it's resistance, and you're trying to beat it right from the top with either a quota system or reservation, whatever term you give. The example I will share is medical colleges in India. Look back, 35, 40 years ago, all medical colleges across India had a reservation for women to enter into medical schools or colleges because you didn't have as many women doctors at one point of time in India. Because for gynecology, obstetrics, I mean, you can mention multiple other social layers where a lot of them would dread to go to a male doctor, and that's causing a lot of infant mortality. So it's a huge social issue, and hence it was forced. And every medical college by mandate has to bring in 30% women. Today, just go and check. There's not a single medical institution which has reservation any longer for women. What happened? That push, actually, today you have in medical colleges 50% or more women entering into medical colleges through direct admissions or whatever. So that change, the transformation occurred only by a push from the top. And that's exactly what happens in some of the organizations which are proactive, forward thinking, and they say, oh, today it's a business imperative, as Parvati mentioned. Absolutely. Diversity is a business imperative. So how do we cut through those biases? So it could be by push. Pull is a wonderful one, but not always it works. It takes a much longer period. Hence, the push strategy is what majority of the organizations have chosen so that they start seeing women entering the workforce. They start at different layers as well. And they also saw people with physical challenges, with various support tools they would have, whether it's visually impaired or auditory challenge, they can go on. All of them were invited through various measures so that they can thrive, they can survive, and so on. Similarly, you found LGBTQ now. That's the other one where we all dread, and it's still a social taboo in large parts of the country. But law has come in, and now organizations are using their enterprise frameworks, if it's a large multinational, because they have their enterprise framework where DEI includes LGBTQ. So all this, so I would put it in a nutshell, Soumya, Parvati, and Ranga, as I looked at it as a 5G in one of the organizations I've been part of, just as we talk about telecom network 5G. So I talked about geographical diversity, which means you don't pick people only from one linguistic, because India has that beauty of diversity across with so many states. So geographical diversity, generational diversity, because you do need multi-generational. Today it's become a reality. But initially there was a lot of resistance from baby boomers and Gen X, looking at Gen Ys or Gen Z and so on. So again, a lot of sensitization required in terms of how do you manage those workforces. So multi-generational workforce, which means generational, then gender, obviously, which is women, then LGBTQ, which I just talked about, where you bring in people with whatever orientation they have, it doesn't matter, but they bring their whole self to work. And most important, which is what we always talked about, along with the diversity of physically challenged or veterans and so on. You touched upon the autism piece, Parvati, but cognitive diversity.
Yeah.
I think most important from a business imperative is each one is so hardwired, very different, very unique, while all are human beings. How do we build in that cognitive diversity? Because cognitive diversity really brings in what we refer to as innovation. Only when there are divergent perspectives can you really innovate and create. So these are the ones which we worked. And there's several examples in terms of how we created a methodology in the Magnus. One is right from the top, as Ranga mentioned, that advocacy and sponsorship needs to be there. And then through the rank and file, the sensitization across the organization to embrace and include, because you can bring them in, but if there is toxic environment or they're not supportive, it's going to fail. So all these interventions have been created in a very strategic, from a talent strategy point of view. And then we've seen and we've measured it. So I will be able to share about it more later, but very happy to.
Thank you very much for those wonderful thoughts. Now, being the devil's advocate, which I love doing, right? So when we talk about diversity and embracing, we all are very welcoming to the same. But then we also would want to also be, as women, would love to be celebrated as someone. Today is Women's Day. And then I have my male colleagues standing up and saying, well, you give roses to all the women on the Women's Day. What about us? And I said, so there is a Men's Day, no, in November. So we will celebrate that. No, you keep forgetting about us. We are the underdogs in this organization. So that is what we get to hear. So how do we manage to balance the two pains? And secondly, when we talk about diversity and inclusions, and then we celebrate it by pegging something to like there is quota, fantastic. But to me, the quota should be more on the economical level rather than on the casteism. That's what my thought is. Whether a person is poor, that person should have the rights to education and then go forward, rather than I coming from an IAS background, being from the quota of the so-called quota masters and then getting a privilege somewhere. So just being the devil's advocate, how are organizations, though the organizations which are, the non-government kinds, which are not mandated, but the private sectors, they're still, you don't see the casteism too much. But in the government sector, we do see the quotas. Like we celebrate Women's Day, this is also something that kind of triggers me a little bit. I'm not someone who's going to stand with a jhanda saying that, hey, women liberation zindabad. I'm not one of those. I love to be a woman and in my softness, but this is something which kind of, keeps me thinking that on one side we are talking this and the other side we want to do this. So how do we balance this is my thought. Going back to, I think let's start with Parvati this time.
All right. I think I want to build on two points. I think very, very well said by Kiranmai, and I want to lift on that. One of the reasons that we are seeing so much inclusion of women in medical is because at some point somebody was brave enough to say, yes, we need a quota. Nobody understood it then, created the space for 2 or 3 women or 5 women or 10 women. The fact that we have people in engineering who have stories like I was the only woman in engineering, in that whole batch. Very, very famously, we have, so many leaders who have been the first in their class. But today we don't think about it because in 3 generations from now, there are so many, right? But it takes generations. It's a very important point. So it's not as if one generation can make the difference. There is enough research that tells us now that it takes 3 generations of educated women in a family in order for that family to rise above poverty substantially, right? And become what we might think of as privileged. So I feel that there is a certain role that affirmative action takes or reservation has in a society that is evolving, and all of this is evolution. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I think, is that, and I'm going to go back to Professor Fry's book, because she herself comes from the LGBTQ community, is representative of that. We have, from a Harvard Business Publishing standpoint, we are invited very often to develop very custom programs for women leadership, right? Whether it is in the world's largest e-commerce company, or whether it is in one of the world's largest manufacturing companies in automobiles, the question on women diversity has become established. Everybody wants a women high potential program because they want, it's not because they're just doing a calendar activity. I have to say, with the intent of the kind of wonderful people I'm working with in the L&D community, they're doing it because they know that if they do this a few times, the space will get created and enough women will take up representation. But I was most delighted when a team that reached out to me said, we want to now do this for our LGBTQ community in the organization globally. I was like, wow, fantastic. What is the size? They said the cohort size will be 20 people. We take a minimum cohort size of 50. But in this case, I'm like, 20 is great because 20 are voices. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to create role models. I'm trying to demonstrate that affirmative action is possible. And then many more people, we hope, will come out and say that, we represent ourselves differently, but we have so much to contribute into the organization. Now, I'm just putting on the lens of a team that does, in my team, we do, customized corporate learning development. But when you give me a slew like that, then I have the ability to think of the same leadership behavior, say it is empathy or it is innovation, but in a very different way because the audience perceiving it very, very different. But here's an organization or a set of organizations willing to contribute to it. So with your permission, I want to just share, because the conversation is so rich, I'll share with you one slide. I don't know, am I allowed to share? Okay, so let me see if I can share just one slide, because I think this framework is a great one for us to discuss. I'm hoping all of you can sort of see my slide. This was the framework, and this is from the book by Francis Fry and Anne Morris. And they call this the inclusion dial. See how simple and insightful it is. And I found it very powerful. Right? What is the inclusion dial? It's not just having people feel safe in the organization. That's in fact level 1 of the inclusion dial, right? Having people feel welcome is the second one. You talked about so well, Soumya, you talked about celebrated. That's in fact on the dial, right? But it's not just it's a Women's Day, let me celebrate the women. No, celebrated employees feel like they have a right to win on that team, right? Because of who, not because of, how they define themselves or whatever, but because their mind and their ability has the capability to help the team really deliver. And they're rewarded for continuing, contributing unique perspectives, contributing to the business, right? You feel celebrated. And the final point in this inclusion dial is to feel cherished. And that's when inside an organization, if an organization has to give itself an assessment, all the leaders do a self-assessment and say, on the spectrum from safe to cherished, where are we in the organization? Where are we on every single team? Every team leader has the ability to measure it. There is a movement to be done. And for the leaders, that's the movement, right? Okay, I feel like we've reached welcome. We need to go from welcome to celebrated. What will it take? 3 things that I will do differently. Celebrated to cherished. What will I do differently? What is an organization doing differently in order to embrace the diversity that now sits inside the organization and make that your USP, because you have people with so many different experiences coming onto your table to brainstorm your business's biggest problems. And at the end of the day, a business runs in order to have the business thrive, because the business thrives, we thrive, and hopefully if it's a sustainability ESG oriented business, you have the environment thrive as well, right? And so this dial is very important. And I feel that when we have the deeper conversations around what do we need to do, I think it comes down to being able to recognize that there is a movement on the continuum, and each of us is at a different point, and we need to trigger enough thinking inside the organization, enough activity, enough conversation, enough discussions to be able to say, assess where we are and make that movement happen. So that's, I feel, really the route that is really valuable. And we are seeing organizations that are, for example, let's take the Indian environment. Lots of conglomerates are now, seriously professionalizing their business, right? They recognize the power of it. Everybody's talking about it, but they may still early in the spectrum, because they're saying we're only now as a manufacturing organization really starting to say, I have 15% women, I want to get to 45. Great goal. How am I going to do that? Okay, now let me start by welcoming, cherished, etc. But there are global organizations that have been on this journey for almost 10 years now, and who are, like I said, saying, can you design a program just for our LGBTQ cohort, because we want to help them. So the spectrum is wide. Every organization is on the spectrum somewhere. Some are not even on the spectrum, so you know you have a movement to do. But I feel this is the route that many of us will be following.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Parvati, for that wonderful share and the slide. And just to let you know that we have in the manufacturing moved beyond, far and beyond embracing. We also have women who were working as prostitutes and on the streets. Their identity is enveloped. We don't disclose their identity. Only me and my recruitment head knows about them. And not even the business owners knows who they are. And there are 30 of such women working with us. So we've got 150, diversity people working with us. We have people with physical abilities, disabilities, whatever you call, or challenges that we can talk of. Now, coming back to all of these are beautiful thoughts that are being shared by everyone. And I would love to hear your thoughts on how do we set the communication strategy? Like, we have ideas with us as leaders, as HR leaders at the C-suite, but how do we communicate to it? And also, how do we create the buy-ins? That is very important, because someone has to adhere and latch and to be glued to the cause, to commit to the cause. Otherwise, these are just beautiful ideas. They will be just, somewhere over there, just for the name of it. So, Ranga, would you want to take this, please? Thank you.
Yes, Soumya. Thank you very much. I think, sir, wonderful thoughts by Parvati and Kiran. I like the 5G strategy. So having said that, I think you all know that in 1974, what happened? Sudhamurthy wrote a letter to J.R.D. Tata. I'm a mechanical engineering, and why I'm not getting the job in the shop floor in telco, actually. See, the flip side of the diversity is always existing. But only thing is that, as we are discussing, the creating awareness among ourselves, of course. And we all know that, today's industry, if you see any organizations, any segment, there are 4 generation people are working. Gen X, maybe grey-haired people, Gen Y, Gen Z, millennials, and trillennials. I think that's coming up, new terminology coming now. So 5 generation people are working collaboratively. Understand that itself is a big diversity. See, I think, those days are gone. People has to listen from the only top 2 leaders only. Now, today, organizations are also encouraging the young guys who are joining the organization. In fact, I would be happy to share that in my organization, the people who joined as an executive trainee, they spent only 1 year in the organization because of the kind of capability and the kind of interest, the inquisitivity they are sharing with the management in the business council meeting. We invited the 2 gentlemen to be part of the annual business plan meeting with the MDs. Meeting MD, I'm talking about the DCM Shriram promoters, like Ajit Shriram, Vikram Shriram, and Ajay Shriram. Meeting those people for these guys very difficult. But we invited those people to be part of the business plan discussion. That itself shows that how organizations are encouraging the capability or diversity. You can say that. See, meeting those people is a big problem, big challenge for them. Number 1. Number 2, I think we have come up with one strategy. Importantly, first of all, we need to have a key stakeholders. So who are my key stakeholders? One is the senior leaders, of course, HR leaders, diversity council. Every function should have, every business unit should have a diversity council, and also managers and employees. I think these are the 4 categories of the people has to come with the framework and the DEA initiatives. I'm happy to share that we have come up with one strategy called 4R strategy. What are those 4R strategy? The recruitment, retention, rising, reinforcing. So everyone has to work on these 4 initiatives while coming to the hiring. Tell me how many people are gender diversity are bringing in. Not only gender diversity, as you rightly, one of the geographical challenges. Even in fact, I used to tell my team also, hey, boss, don't get into only Saudi people. So get the people of North, West, East. I don't want to create a lingo. People are discussing only lingo kind of thing. So let us see. It's very good, as you rightly said, Soumya, good to have a good thoughts, but how to implement from the execution level, which is the most important. See, again, I as a leader, should not stop with me. I need to cascade the same thing to the people who was working in the executive level. So what is for them DEA? So they need to bring in different aspect too. So that's why I could able to bring in that element. And this 4R strategy really working, and what we are doing specifically, enhance the proportion of the female employees by introducing CFT, cross-functional teams. So instead of only supporting in sales and marketing, we want to bring in the cross-functional teams also, and diversify the selection of the campus sites. Instead of hiring 10 people budget you have, get 5 people at least should female employees, 40% of the people. And reference scheme. This is one of the things I think we all know, that employer referral scheme. But we specifically mentioned people who refer female candidates. I want to give a bonus to you, a referral bonus to you. So it excites the male candidates also. So that's what I'm trying to say. You have to bring in I'm getting goosebumps actually. You have to create the awareness and need to be part of the, the DEI initiative. So how I impact? See, for me, DEI is an organization or a big organization, big strategy is okay. But I as an individual employee, how do I contribute? How do I contribute? If I refer 2 female employees, I'm contributing to my DEI strategy. Okay. Number 4 is that promoting women employees, into people managers. It's very easy to hire people at the front line, second line. But tell me, how do you ensure that moving these people from mid-level to the, senior leadership or leadership level? So I want to create a platform where I need to mentor these people. I need to create a career progression people separately, very customized program, not a generic program kind of thing. So people, women employees should feel that yes, there is a career program for me. There's a ladder for me to grow forward, move forward. I think that's one more thing. And getting stories from the female employees about their work experience. I think let us see the testimony of the people. I'm working with the organization for more than 10 years. I worked in different organizations. Today I'm leading this role. I think this is the way. See, one thing, we are creating a lot of awareness among the front line, second line, third line people. So how they're contributing. If I'm sharing the stories on social media, on with employees also, they also feel that they also will be inspired. Oh, let me also share my story. Believe me, when I started this storytelling to the, last 6 months, now female employees are coming, sir, when are you going to publish my story? See, and other functions also asking, Ranga, I have 2 female members. They also want to share their stories. See, that is where you are making every employee to part of this DEA bigger initiative of the organization. So that's why, last but not least, that's why we're calling as the entire initiative as WIDE, WIDE. We are inclusive, diverse, and equitable. That's what I can say.
Beautiful thoughts, Ranga. And it's so good when you get goosebumps for the cause that you believe in, you being genuine and honest, and you really are feeling for the cause. So our hearts and hugs to you for doing it so wonderfully well. Kudos to you. So going back to Kiranmai on this, that it is beautifully articulated by Parvati and Ranga about, how to bring in this culture and the dial. Beautiful wordings. Now, how do we include accountability? What happened, I'll tell you, is that people usually in the sales, sales manager, I think Ranga or Parvati, someone pointed that out, say that we don't want females in the sales force. So I asked, why? What's the problem? अरे मैडम बहुत रोती हैं, टारगेट्स नहीं कर पाती, फिर रोने लगती है. So I'm like, अरे so what? नहीं भाई मेरे को रोने वाला नहीं चाहिए, मैं तो काम कराने वाला हूँ. So I said, you want to be a hard task master, but you can still, women can as well equally do it. So in that context, I shared a beautiful excerpt from the interview of Indra Nui ji. And she mentioned there, मैं रोती हूँ. जब मुझे रोना होता है, I would ask my secretary to close the door, and I would cry, and I would tell her, don't allow anyone to enter for 15 minutes. And that made me think, we all are human beings without our designations, and that need to be celebrated more than anything else. So Parvati, so Kiranmai, your thoughts on that, that how do we bring in this culture of accountability, yet, embracing the very beautiful factor of empathy, when we talk about D&I culture. So your thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So what you touched upon is vulnerability. And we talk about authentic leaders are always unhesitant to show their vulnerabilities. So now talking about that, what gets measured is what gets done. All of us know. That's a simplistic nuance. So if we want to embrace DEI, all these need not be only on posters or on certain days we celebrate and we say, oh, we also have diversity. That's not the tokenism we want to really touch upon. So if we want to go beyond window dressing, beyond tokenism, I think what organizations have been striving and working, there's some wonderful examples shared by both Parvati and Ranga. What we have done, I'll share two examples. In one example, I'll touch upon the sales piece. This is a multinational Fortune 100 company I was working for. And one of the areas where we thought diversity is totally lacking was Salesforce. So women were non-existent. And that's when we designed a program where it was right from the top, and we made one of the executive leaders as a sponsor. And we created awareness across the organization saying this is the gap and this is a felt need. We talked about business statistics. We published that internally, talked about which regions where we do not have, and so on. And then we created what we refer to as a mentorship. We brought in cross-functional leaders, senior leaders to mentor and buddy with young women who entered the workforce to join the sales team. And the rewarding results, I think once we started publishing those, that itself was a huge trigger for others to embrace and champion and say, we want women, we will embrace. So it just turned on its head. And within 5 years, a region like Europe also didn't have women, by the way, because it was hard technology product selling and they were not willing to travel across Europe. Yeah. And that's what we brought in, and it changed. So that's one story where with data and with measurement and with very clear strategy, we were able to move from 0 to 15% of women in leadership positions in sales. And now the other one which I'm going to share is we created allyship and championship as a strategy. Today we talk about it. This was non-existent, 10 years ago when we were talking about the industry. So what we've done is we looked at each of the leaders, the verticals, and within that, there is always a people. Just as you have a financial goal, you also have a people goal. So for the people goal, we added a measure, and we clearly attached a percentage weightage for all the people managers to ensure that they grow diversity in their team, right from acquiring talent to retaining talent, which is what Ranga was talking in his 4R strategy, as well as growing them. So what is the investment with L&D initiatives to grow them, to help them succeed? And what's the percentage we gave that pyramid or the funnel? And we said, okay, right from, the bottom of the pyramid to what is the percentage improvement in each of yours? And then we also talked about individual contributors, the dual career ladder, as well as people managers. We said, we want you to, grow, not just women. Of course, we talked about it's an all-encompassing one. And we also talked about something very critical for the organization, which is patents or innovation. So we said, we see fewer women really filing for patents. So what are we going to do? We created the ecosystem that supported, and in fact, we won several awards for this in the organization I was steering this and leading. And it really showed phenomenal results. So the moment the focus was there and everyone knows that they're being watched and measured, suddenly we found there are numerous champions and allies for the cause. And we have seen the organization transformation within a 5-year period where we had more than, from 10% women in mid-layer to 40% women in the mid-layers. So that is phenomenal.
Awesome.
And where we had only about 2% of patents filed by women employees, we found it to grow to 20% of women filing for patents. So I will stop there in terms of the data. That should tell you it was phenomenal. So all the efforts made, the strategic initiatives, and the ownership and accountability, which you talked about, Soumya, came in because we plugged it in the goal stage itself, and it was cascaded right from the top.
Beautiful. Thank you so much to all my panel members for wonderful thoughts, just summarizing it, because I have Andy on the queue there. So summarizing it, and it is something that is an organization's commitment to the cause. It is not an individual commitment. You have to create role models as future leaders who will certainly follow it. I loved the dial piece that was shared by Parvati, loved the 5G that was shared by Kiran May, and of course the 4R shared by Ranga. Thank you so much. Just to end it all, by a line by Robert Frost, which said that two roads diverged in the woods, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. Thank you to wonderful panel members. Thank you to beautiful, thought sharing on this platform. Over to you, Andy, and thank you to People First. Yes, I couldn't go beyond, without thanking you all. Thank you, Andy. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soumya. It seems we had a surprise musical interlude during our introduction. So if we can just hit rewind and quickly reintroduce our panelists to you once again. Just very quickly, our first panelist was Ms. Parvati Menon. As Principal Learning Partner with Harvard Business Publishing, she designs leadership learning journeys and has founded Innovation Alchemy Consulting and Fresh Harvest Private Limited. Parvati also chairs the board for the School for Social Entrepreneurs in India. Thank you so much once again, Parvati. Also, we had Ms. IVS Ranganath, an award-winning HR leader with over 20 years of experience. He heads HR at Shriram Bioseed Genetics and is recognized as a top 100 HR leader. Once again, thank you, IVS. Next, we have Dr. Kiranmai Pendyala, an esteemed HR leader and academic. She excels in global HR operations and change management. Once again, Dr. Kiranmai, thank you for joining us on this virtual stage. And finally, our moderator for this panel discussion is Dr. Soumya Bhadgayan, VP of HR Business Strategy at Gold Star Jewelry Private Limited. She has about 20 years in experience in HR. She brings expertise in organizational transformation and digital initiatives. So thank you once again for this panel discussion. It was very, very insightful. In fact, I'd like to even summarize some of the key points that were highlighted, that diversity encompasses behavioral and thought patterns as well. While diversity is a common topic, real progress is hindered by structural barriers. And it's crucial to address these barriers rather than treating diversity as a mere checkbox activity. All right. So now what we have here is it's time to shift gears and celebrate the exceptional achievements in HR across various categories. First up, the Award for Learning and Development. This category recognizes organizations that have implemented innovative and impactful training and development programs for their employees. We had an overwhelming number of nominations in this category, which goes to prove how critical human resource has turned out to be for organizations across. Let's find out who takes home this prestigious award today. The first award of the day for leading practices in learning and development goes to Infosys BPM Limited. Congratulations, team Infosys. You deserve this. Our second winner in this category is Aditya Birla Financial. Congratulations, team Aditya Birla. Thrilled to announce that Concentrix Dutch Services India Private Limited is the third winner in the leading practices in learning and development category. It is my pleasure to announce that the next esteemed winner is Bain Capability Center India Private Limited. Well, with great pride, we announce KPMG India as our next distinguished winner. Sterlite Copper Vedanta Limited takes the spotlight as our next outstanding winner. And the champion of leading practices in learning and development goes to none other than Bennett Coleman and Company Limited. Congratulations to you all. All right. Now, next, let's move on to the award for diversity and inclusion initiatives. This category honors organizations that have championed inclusivity and created a diverse and equitable work environment. Who will be crowned the champion of DE&I this year? Let's find out. Well, the winner of leading practices in diversity and inclusion initiatives for this year goes to Runaya. Congratulations, Team Runaya. And the champions, ladies and gentlemen, of diversity and inclusion initiatives at the awards this year is, once again, Bain Capability Center India Private Limited. That was a thunderous round of applause. Well, employee relations and industrial relations next. This award acknowledges organizations that have demonstrated exceptional skill in managing employee relations, fostering positive workplace dynamics, and navigating industrial relations challenges. The award for the winners of the leading practices in employee relations goes to JK Fenner India Limited, the next winner is Yantra India Limited. Congratulations to the team at Yantra. And the champion of employee relations this year goes to Hindustan Unilever Limited. All right, moving on, we have the HR Business Partnership next. Well, not all heroes wear capes. Some wear HR badges. And this award celebrates the HR team that has established a strategic partnership with the business, effectively turning HR into a powerful force for achieving company goals. And the standout champion of the leading practices in HR business partnership goes to AU Small Finance Bank. Right. Well, developing a winning HR strategy is an art form. This award recognizes the organization that has implemented a comprehensive plan, demonstrably improving employee engagement, performance, and overall business success. The award for the leading practices in impactful HR strategy goes to HCL Technologies. The next winner in this category is Fulcrum Digital Private Limited. Congratulations to the entire team at Fulcrum for their outstanding achievement. And this year's champion of impactful HR strategy is, again, Yantra India Limited. We hope you celebrate the success with applauses all around. HR risk management next. So proactive HR risk management is key to a healthy work environment. This award honors the organization that has implemented robust practices, mitigating potential risks, and ensuring a safe and compliant workplace. We have a champion for the leading practices in HR risk management, and it is none other than Tech Mahindra Limited. Congratulations, Team Tech Mahindra. All right. Happy employees are productive employees. This award recognizes the organization that has designed a comprehensive and competitive benefits package, demonstrably improving employee satisfaction and well-being. The title of Champion of Leading Practices in Benefits Administration is awarded to Kane Oil and Gas, Vedanta Limited. Wow, what an incredible start. Massive congratulations to all of our winners across these categories. Your innovative approaches, outstanding efforts, and strategic initiatives are truly shaping the future of HR. We're so grateful for your contributions to the field. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short 5-minute break here before we get onto our next panel discussion. We will see you straight in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering back and we are ready to jumpstart the discussion. This discussion ignites a crucial conversation: alignment between organizational values and workplace culture to tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It delves into the essential bridge between espoused values and lived experience. How do we create a vibrant tapestry of culture where everyone feels valued, respected, and empowered to thrive? To guide us through this insightful conversation, we have assembled an exceptional panel of thought leaders. Allow me to introduce you a champion for social media growth and inclusion, Saket Tharat. Hi, Saket.
Hi, good morning to everyone. I think it's good afternoon now. Actually, we have already crossed 12. So, yeah, but excited, looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Saket. Well, as the founder of Go Connect, Saket's not just a growth strategist, he's a catalyst. He's propelled over 150 profiles to new heights, and his brand rocketed to become a top 10 player in Indian social media marketing, a testament to his skills and hustle. But Saket's vision goes beyond likes and shares. He's on a mission to democratize the digital space, helping micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises flourish on social media without breaking the bank. Once again, welcome, Saket, to the panel discussion today.
Thank you so much.
Right. Joining them is the esteemed Divya Jha. Hi, Divya.
Hi, very happy to be here and excited to not just share my views but also learn from my co-panelists.
Well, glad to have you. Well, Divya is a seasoned HR professional with a proven track record of translating business challenges into winning talent strategies. Her extensive experience spans across renowned organizations like Johnson Controls, Tyco, GE, Thermo Fisher, and Asian Paints. Divya's expertise lies in navigating the complexities of change management, talent assessment and development, executive coaching, mergers and acquisitions, and restructuring. Her ability to bridge the gap between business needs and HR strategy makes her a valuable asset to any organization. With a deep understanding of the current HR landscape, Divya brings a unique perspective to our discussion on DE&I. Once again, Divya, welcome to the virtual stage.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I'm delighted to introduce our next panelist, Sophia David, a leading voice in DE&I strategy. Sophia is a TEDx speaker renowned for her storytelling, brings 16 years of teaching experience, specializing in communication and leadership at top firms. She holds degrees in mathematics, English, and psychology, is certified by the University of Cambridge, and is a British Council accredited facilitator. A practitioner in NLP, Sophia also holds a level 2 certification as a workplace coach from the ICF. Additionally, she's worked as a TV voice actor and continues to work and enjoys theater, movies, and reading. Welcome, Sophia, to the virtual stage today.
Thank you so much, Andy. It's always embarrassing when somebody reads your bio out, but thank you very much.
Well, I try to keep it crisp and short. Thank you. And guiding us through this insightful conversation, we're honored to have Ms. Nilakshi Mukherjee, a familiar face to many of you in the PeopleFirst audience. Her esteemed position. Hi, Nilakshi.
Hey, Andy. Keep it short for me, please. I'm equally embarrassed now, especially because I'm so humbled by the august audience that I'm sitting with.
True. Well, her esteemed position as Senior Director at the Next Milestone Technologies speaks volumes about her vast experience and expertise, highly regarded within our community. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you to this panel discussion. Together, this illustrious panel possesses a collective wisdom that will undoubtedly illuminate the path toward a more inclusive future. With that, we can get this stimulating conversation going. Over to you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for those wonderful introductions. And as I mentioned already, I feel quite humbled in the presence of this august audience. And I will try to keep it as relevant and as thought-provoking as possible, so that the audience and us ourselves, as Divya was mentioning, can garner maximum out of the discussion the next 40-45 minutes. Too short, too little, but nevertheless, that's what we have. We've been having an interesting conversation in the morning, and while we were preparing for the HR Awards this year, we have been having multiple discussions around DEIB and the practices that go across globally, et cetera, and which is where we thought it's important to talk about how organizational value alignments are really on the way of garnering DEI as an initiative, as a practice. But I'd like to start with a small story. Love storytelling as HR professionals, but this one was heart-wrenching. Having said so, thought-provoking as well. Heart-wrenching from the nature of the story. All of us heard of George Floyd, who kind of sort of got brutally murdered on the cities of one of the well-known nations. I wouldn't go too much into names, but yeah, George Floyd is a name. Having said so, this conversation is not about George Floyd. This conversation is about the bandwagon a lot of huge corporates jumped on to promote DEI. Now, the story is really about one of such corporates, again, without taking names. So this is one of the major top OTT players that we have, and they jumped onto the bandwagon of making very, very lofty DEI commitments, right? So about last year, I would think around the beginning of 23 or the end of 22, they claimed they were committing about $100 million over the next 5 years to organizations that help underrepresented communities find jobs in TVs and films, in addition to working with more filmmakers who are women and people of color. Fantastic. Fast forward to April this year. And amid the announcement of a massive loss in profits and subscribers, and we're not even getting into why, it is about the what, which happened. As well as a sizable stock decline, this particular giant laid off 150 workers and let go of dozens of contractors, many of whom, now this is where it is important for us to note, many of whom were people of color and member of the underrepresented groups. Several of these employees, anonymously of course, have spoken to various news outlets, media outlets, etc., where they believe, and this is heart-wrenching about the story, where they believe that they were considered expendable diversity hires, ladies and gentlemen, brought on to make the company look good, but ultimately, when the company ran into rough times, they were the first ones to be let go. Now, this is the story. This is the story about a particularly large, established organization wanting to do good. Having said so, personally, I feel there was a huge disconnect between where the organizational value stood versus where the initiative stood versus where the conversations were happening, the crucial conversations between stakeholders, leadership, employees at large. So there was a huge disconnect in this entire structure. Did they mean bad? No, they did not. Did they execute bad? Yes, they did. What led to the execution failing is what we really want to talk about. So given this perspective, and I know I've started on a negative connotation, but the esteemed panelists here is who I would want to look forward to for some positive iteration of what we're really talking about. So I would go around the table and ask you for your first thoughts on how you think maybe your organization or other organizations across the globe that you have been following, how are they distinctly aligning organizational values to DEI initiatives? And if you could share an example, a story, that would be wonderful. So moving to Divya, why don't you throw some light?
Thanks so much, Nilakshi. That was an educational story, I think, because you're right. If you kind of, I think, start off with too much of, I think the point in that story is take on goals that you can achieve, right? And the corollary for that, I think, as an organization leader, is build in metrics which will then measure those clear goals that you set for yourself. So, setting a large strategic vision is important and has to be done, but follow that through with, very clear, small, I would say, micro goals, right? So, just to talk a little bit about Johnson Controls, obviously globally we're a 30 billion organization. We're also 150 years old. So anything we do is, I will say, it will be well entrenched in the organization, and we would have very strong processes, metrics that would then back that up. So when you look at diversity, really, there are multiple pieces to it, and I could spend the day talking about each of those. But if I can just try to keep it a little succinct. So there are multiple aspects, right? So one is, how do you drive a culture of diversity, right? How do you basically make your organization more inclusive? And that's a tough one. That's talking about culture, it's talking about experience, it's talking about how people think, what are their well-entrenched beliefs, some of it subconscious. So we do try and do a lot of work around training, for example, against for unconscious bias, because many of us think we're not biased, but when you really go through this kind of experiential learning, you realize what kind of biases you hold deep inside. So that's the kind of work that we try to do. We do a lot of education. A very specific one would be around, in India, for example, what really does posh mean, for example. You will be surprised at how few people understand what are the different shades that would get covered in inappropriate behavior versus inappropriate behavior at the workplace. So these are examples of how do you build a culture of inclusiveness, right? On the other side, you've got something like how do you actually increase number of, let's say, women at the workplace, to take an example. And that's something you have to do with very, very concrete. Now, these are not cultural. These are very concrete, KPI driven goals that we set for our organization. Earlier, like I'm talking 10 years ago, these would be goals that HR organization would hold. Today, these are goals that we set for our businesses. And let me tell you, there's a huge difference when you do that. So, and I'm enjoying this kind of shift that we're seeing at the workplace, So, to give you an example, at a certain level, which is middle management and above, talent acquisition cannot provide a final slate which does not have a woman that's been, properly shortlisted, and we think she's somebody that can do the job. This will not take, that position will not move forward. So it's such a strongly held goal today, which is tracked, and you need all kinds of special approvals if you finally want to hire somebody that's not a woman. I mean, so this is to try to give you an example where, one is cultural, but one is, where you have to back culture, actual, metrics, things that you can track. Many other examples, but, I don't want to be the only one talking on this panel. I have lots more examples that, I will be very excited to share with you as the meeting progresses.
Wonderful, wonderful. And we would be excited to hear more, because this is about, besides whatever is the agenda, it is also about a lot of best practice sharing, which would make us more enriched as organizations at large and as individuals, of course, as practitioners. Moving to Sophia. Sophia, why don't you throw some light on how organization, in your perspective, how organizational values aligning with DEI initiatives, which you have witnessed yourself, has made a difference?
Thank you so much. I don't know how I can actually top Divya's response there, but in all fairness, DEI will always be an uncomfortable conversation. And if it's not uncomfortable, then it's not working, right? And that requires you to be brave and bold with your approach. And DEI also is challenging orthodoxies. Yes.
Yeah.
To change the culture of an organization, I think one has to look at initiatives wherein it's a top-down approach, not a bottom-top approach, right? And in my experience interacting with a lot of organizations, they look at the comfort zone or the safety space of starting at the grassroots level, at the bottom, even if it is as simple as a training program or a sensitization session, right? While it's great, it's fantastic. If you want to achieve a culture shift, it has to be top down, right? So whatever that initiative is, whatever that learning experience is, it has to start right at the top, right? Like one thing that I always recommend in my interactions with organizations is, has your C-suite, yes, your C-suite audience, have they been reverse mentored by minority groups? Yes. Has your CFO or CEO interacted with somebody who's a person with disability, or somebody who is queer, or somebody who has, experienced discrimination from a gender perspective, right? And that experience is important, right? It also sort of speaks to any leadership's willingness to change and proclivity to adapt DEI when you start right up top, right? That's one. I think the second thing is today DEI is seamlessly integrated with business. Most organizations which are in the world of client servicing or even product for that matter, they have one presentation which is done by the DEI team because they want to understand the team that's working on their initiative or project. What's the diversity mix like? And there are a lot of clients who actually say that I'd like to look at the team first. I'd like to look at the diversity mix within the team before I sign the dotted line, right? So clients also have that commitment when it comes to vendor onboarding or business per se, that they want to adhere to a certain DEI standard. So today, DEI is no longer an afterthought. Today, DEI is pretty much in line with business. I'm going to echo the sentiment that Divya shared, which is it's moved from an HR-related goal to a business goal, right? Today, it's part of everyday conversation, which is fantastic, right? And in all fairness, even when we look at talent as an organization, when organizations go into universities and colleges to hire, right? When leaders pitch and present DEI in their firm, students actually pick employers based on their commitment to DEI, right? So when it comes to talent acquisition also, DEI is a critical metric. People or students actually make decisions based on what organization to be part of, based on their commitments and value systems when it comes to DEI, right? That's just my 2 cents. Back to you, Nilakshi. Thank you.
No, absolutely. And thank you for that. And some very interesting points that I've picked up, which we'll spend a little more time on as we move on today. Sakib, you work with so many organizations, right? And albeit as a different, in a different capacity. But having said so, you too have the visibility of how they're dealing with DEI. So tell me, do you feel we have moved a distance from where we started till now in aligning organizational values with DEI practices? Sakib, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. So basically, if you will see, I have started my business in the age of around 19 years of when I was around 19 years. So the first thought process was never to get into a business. I want to get into a settled job. So I was finding for something like that. But after actually getting rejected from around 150 plus companies, we have agencies. I have it was forced me to get into my own agency or my own business. So I have started exploring that option, and eventually I have started my own agency. And after some time, basically, when I thought that when I have tried a lot of companies and approached a lot of people to get me a job, and if I am facing this issue, there might be a lot of more people who might be facing similar kind of issue. So that's why I'm thought that if I start hiring such people in our agency, because they might have they might have that talent, but they are not getting that opportunity. So we have basically started circulating that on social media and on different media channels that we are hiring such people. Eventually, I have received over 200 plus applications, and I was surprised to see that a lot of applications in them are actually have been graduated in MBA from top colleges of India, and they were applying for an digital marketing agency that is based in Kolkata and started operations just less than a year back. So this is something that was very surprising for me. So I have basically approached them that why you are actually applying here, you should be in a better place. So the answer, they have been told that they have been trying into a lot of places from last 5 to 6 years. It's been 5 to 6 years. They have been completed their MBA, they have completed their education, but not getting the desired job. So that was, I'm saying that this issue is still there. And if I will see the major issue behind that is because in the usual day-to-day activity in the current scenario, the company usually the business people don't get to communicate with people with disabilities. If you are seeing something very if I will say in a year in a where बहुत कम if I will say कि उतना नहीं हो पाता है कि किसी के साथ में आपको मिलना. So इसमें क्या होता है कि eventually you will hesitate to communicate with them. You don't know how to communicate with them, how to interact with them, how to train them. So eventually you don't hire them. I will not be able to settle them in my team properly. So this is a major concern, because that is, I will say, it's happening also because a lot of people with disabilities are not actually getting into the root for solving the root cause. If we
Oh, yes.
get if we get more visible, those people will also get the chance to communicate with us, so they will also get to learn that how they can actually approach us and just talk like anything, like any other normal people,
Like
like
any other employee.
even if you will see on the business part, when I have got into the networking side,
Hmm.
because if you are a business, you have to be in networking, you have to do
Absolutely.
your side of networking. So when I have started doing it, a lot of people were used to hesitate to come over to me and talk to me and ask questions like what you do and how you can help me. So it was a very common thing that I have saw initially, but gradually I have saw that things got better as they have
Uh-huh.
started seeing me on more places. They have started seeing me on social media. They have started communicating with me over digital media. So that way, when I have saw that now they are getting more casual while talking to me, they are now more normal. They non-normalizing the things like they talk with any other person. So this is something
Hmm.
that can also be done in organization values. You have to be like, if we will conduct some programs where people will actually get to communicate with people, get to understand them, and that way they will understand that yes, you can communicate, you can network, you can make friends just like any other people with disabilities as well.
Oh, I think that's a wonderful point, Saket. And it's you've kind of hit the bull's eyes, and you're corroborating what Sophia was talking about. That go out there and talk to them. They might not look and feel like you in some paradigm, but having said so, easier conversations, more conversations is definitely going to kind of I hate to use the word mainstream, but then yes, I think there's this latent fear of the unknown. You don't even identify what is this fear all about, but as and when you keep kind of dismantling these barriers and kind of reaching out to more and more people who might look challenged in some way or the other but might be extremely competent in other ways, and that can really help organizations embrace them even furthermore into their DNAs. That was a beautiful point, Sake. Thank you so much. But from here, you were making a point, Sophia, and that is something which I would want to throw back to Divya and Saket as well. And it is my of personal interest as well. We see a lot of organizations doing a lot of work with women, right? And that is almost mainstream DEI initiatives. But we live in a country which has diversities of a tremendous variety, right? And when I say tremendous variety, when we look at the spectrum, right? Whether we call it caste, whether we call it age, whether we call it demographics, whether we call it gender, whether it is disabilities, the spectrum is very wide. Now, my question to the panel now is that are we feeling equipped enough, again, at an organizational level, right? I'm not talking at a societal level. I'm currently only talking at an organizational level. Do we think we are giving kind of adequate amount of attention to the entire spectrum? That is my first question, and based on the answers, probably we'll build on something else. So again, the spectrum is very wide. What I see here through a lot of conversations, through a lot of research papers, is a lot is happening in the space where women are getting empowered. What about the other spectrums? So that's my question, Sophia. Would you want to take it first?
I think most tier one organizations recognize that we can't have a situation wherein we focus only on gender and, get the persons with disability community or LGBTQ to wait at the door, right? Yes. So most tier one organizations recognize that it has to be an equal and a proportionate approach for each of them, right? I think it becomes challenging when equity is redistributed, right? But also, I personally believe that when you emphasize on one gender metric, or sorry, on one diversity metric like gender, and leave the others behind, then that's not progress at all. And it also affects the one that you want to focus on also, right?
Yes,
Because
yes.
they seem to forget intersectionality.
Mm.
I mean, if you look at, say, transgender issues, to be specific, right? People neatly tuck in trans issues into LGBTQ, but trans
Yes.
issues is also a gender issue, right?
Yes.
And that overlap and that intersectionality and understanding the complexity around that is something that's worth considering, right? So while people criticize and say that, oh, June is for Pride Month and March is for gender, yes, well, people make that criticism. We spend 1 month advocating for it. I also feel that by having that approach, you're also being proportionate. You're placing emphasis on all of them rather than having one celebratory month for one diversity metric. You are accounting for all minorities within an organization and sort of evaluating what you can do in terms of policy making, in terms of initiatives, in terms of sensitization, employee work cycle, etc., right? So I'm for the idea of sort of observing a month for a particular diversity pillar, right? But that said, you have to understand that on the 1st of July, queer people are still queer, right? At the beginning of April, women still go through issues and struggles at the workplace. They still go through microaggressions, and they look at the world. Their worldview of the workplace is very different. Organizations need to sort of evaluate and understand that their emphasis on minority pillars has to be proportionate. And I want to say that most tier 1 organizations do that. Tier 2 organizations definitely are catching up, right? They're recognizing that, this is what we need to do if you want to move ahead from a DEI perspective. Yeah.
Wonderful. Divya, do we have you with us? Okay. Divya, can you hear us?
I can hear you. For some reason, I'm not able to control my video. I don't know if somebody's controlling it on the back end. First, I couldn't switch it off, and now I can't switch it off.
No worries. I will just kind of put in the question to you, and I will let the backend team look at the video. So, so this is a shoot off from what Sophia was talking about, and when we started talking about the various dimensions of diversity, right? Now, Sophia very rightly mentioned that most tier 1 organizations, and yours being one as well, I would think they are proportionate about their approach towards the various dimensions. Having said so, when you look at through an organizational lens, when you look at other parts of the demography of India and look at other organizations, where do you feel we need to step up when we say that it needs to be proportionate and equity now placed on the conference table?
So, there are a couple of things here. One, of course, I think the big focus does need to be on people with disabilities. And I liked all of what Saket was talking about, because I think that's the one where, again, I was talking earlier about goals and, very concrete actions that organizations can take. To me, I think that's an area that's still, I think there are enough biases many of us may have. And, so that's an area, whether it's, from culture building or whether it's actually, concrete steps on, on skilling and, identifying jobs that can be done by differently abled persons, all of that. So to me, that's one area, because I think there's a lot of focus on around women, but I think this area there's a lot more that I think we can do. So that's one. When it comes to, for example, sexuality, for example, we have a sort of a place where you can self-declare, your sexuality, etc. But we do still find that there is a lot of hesitation to talk about that. And therefore, that's I would say, if I have to prioritize, that one would come in later, simply because at this point in time, it's not about the organization as much as it is about, the employees themselves, whether they are comfortable, self-declaring and, kind of wanting to sort of have those conversations and that training and all of that. So I'm saying let's pick the battles that we can engage in, and kind of create sort of goals and metrics. Yes, Sophia, I can't hear you. Sorry.
No, thank you, Divya. I mean, I'll let you finish. I just had to share another perspective. Let you finish, Divya. Go ahead, please.
Oh, no, I'm done. That's good.
Thank you very much. Right. So I think even when it comes to accessibility, Nilakshi, there is that classic case of the cart in front of the horse, right? When I ask questions to organizations like, how come you don't have a wheelchair ramp?
Right.
The immediate response is we don't have a person in a wheelchair, right? But the truth of the matter is it has to be vice versa. You don't wait for hiring a person in a wheelchair to get that ramp. That ramp has to be there even before you hire. Same goes with gender neutral
So
bathrooms.
well said. Yes.
Right? Same goes with sanitary pad dispensing, machines in the female washroom. Right?
Yes.
So when it comes to accessibility, that approach of the cart in front of the horse, that needs to change, right? And that also makes it proportionate, right? That also makes it proportionate. Right? Thank you.
Truly, I think that's a wonderful point made. The chicken and egg story, that when I get somebody with a disability, I'm going to be making the ramp. But what we are losing sight of is that the person who needs that ramp will not enter your organization even for an interview if you don't have it ready, right? So and touche, I think that's exactly what Saket was mentioning. That's exactly what Divya was also corroborating, that we have to be ready first and then they come in. It is not the other way around, right? Yeah, Andy, I see that you're mentioning Divya will log out and come back in. That's perfectly fine. I had a question for Saket at the current moment. So Saket, these conversations that we're having right now, right? And I have worked in an organization where it was a pretty large sized organization where I was heading the HR, and we had targets, all right? There were ways and means of meeting those targets as well, right? But it was imperative on us to ensure that when we hire, it is with the objective that they have a plan in place. It's not just about ticking those boxes, which in multiple places we keep talking about. So again, coming back to you, Saket, and you're the true example of an organizational value immediately aligning to the DI perspective, where you started an organization. I've seen pictures of your organization to Connect, where we see a huge proportionate, Sophia, number of various spectrums who you have put together in such a short time, right? And that's beautiful. Now tell me something, Saket, and consider it as a provocative question, and feel free to answer me back challengingly enough. Do you ever think that I'm getting held backward? I could have gone a little faster. I could have, my productivity could have been, because obviously when you're physically disabled, I wouldn't use the word challenge because all of us are challenged in some way or the other, right? So if there is a disability, do you think that holds your organization back in any way? Because this would be a preface to my next question. So do you ever feel that you would have been more productive, more profitable, more successful as an organization had the proportion been a little more lopsided towards what we know as full-bodied, able individuals?
Yes. So I would like to tell a story. This will also be a continuation of the basic conversation we were having. So there is a basically corporate park that is in Kolkata. So I am doing my business in Kolkata, so I will talk about it. So there is a corporate park which has around 300 offices here. So when I have started my business, so I used to go there very often for the client meeting. And in the entrance of that certain building, there used to be around 8 stairs. So every time I had to go to that building, I had to ask help from around 4 people to basically lift the wheelchair off to the elevator. So this is something that was very difficult initially, but gradually what happened that once I started going over there very often, after 2-3 months, one manager of that building has came to me and told that you are facing a lot of difficulties over here. So I am just talking with the management of the building to install a ramp over here. So they have basically submitted a letter, and later on they have installed a ramp over there. So that corporate building is around 50 years old. So I have asked them that why the ramp was not installed previously here. So there no one else is coming till now in a wheelchair, so we haven't found it important. So I have told, if you have installed it previously, it wouldn't have take 50 years to someone to come
So
over
somebody
here.
to come in. Yes, of course, of course.
So this is some so that's why a lot of people might have faced such issues, that they might be not having able to grow as much they could have been because of these issues. Because if you will not be able to go over there, you will not be getting that much visibility as a
Do that.
business as everyone else will get. Because
Absolutely.
ultimately the client will see their work. They will not see that if you are on a wheelchair, they will actually compromise with you and come over to your place or
Right.
like that. So you have to be if our places will be more accessible, people minds are more on that accessible side. There are chances that obviously more people will able to gradually come over here and become more visible. And if I will say, there is one harsh reality, if I will say that currently in India, if we will say, diversity hiring is currently having going on quota basis. Like if government has been told that we need to hire certain amount of people with disabilities, they are actually submitting auditing reports that we have hired this much people of disabilities, but they are utilizing their capabilities or not, or either they are looking to hire them with an perspective that they will help us to grow our business is not, is still a question.
True. So that brings back to that same question in very short, if you could tell me, Saket, do you feel you are at your optimum productivity with the workforce that you have put together?
Yeah.
Or do you think, no, maybe I could have done better if I was not concentrating so much on hiring the workforce that I did?
So in that case, I would say that in that also I will say a story. Recently, we have I have went as a speaker over a certain platform, and there a man approached me and said that my brother has a certain disability where he basically cannot hear or cannot speak anything. So I have told him that, then how I can help you. So he told that he is a really good person, and he is really good at doing SEO, search engine optimization. So I have told them, yes, I have a digital marketing agency, as I have told you. So I can definitely try him out. So he has done SEO from one of the top universities in Canada, directly from
Okay.
India. But after returning in India, because of his disability, he needs that much care, and his family cannot shift. So he came back to India, and here he is not getting that job anywhere else. So that's when I have hired him, and I would say that in just 3 months, he has been one of the top employees of our team, and also he is doing really well. And if I will say, he has helped us because of his the kind of the amount of work and the quality of work he is doing. We are getting a lot of referrals. So this is something that if
Amazing.
agency that might have been rejected his letter might have missed out on a
Mm.
big opportunity.
No,
On
I agree.
missed
So
out on a
I
big
think you beautifully answered the question through a story, and you needn't have gotten into statistics or numbers. That yes, you are on a path of enhanced productivity with the decisions that you have made. That's wonderful. So that brings me to my last question before we close in to Divya. Divya, from a business perspective, Divya, are you there with us?
Yep.
But the challenge seems to be still on with the video, but nevertheless, this is a question that I would love you to answer and throw some light on, Divya. That now it brings me to that key critical element. What have we started measuring that whether a diverse organization is performing any better or worse than a not so diverse organization? I'll put it as simply as that at this point in time. I'll not get into too much of stats or numbers for the paucity of time, but just a overview of, do you feel a diverse organization with multi-faceted personalities from various walks of life, is that impacting, to begin with, is that impacting our productivity, profitability, overall performance of the organization, and is it getting measured anyhow?
So that's I will answer it differently. You don't need to answer this. You don't need to measure this anymore. That's so, I would say, to me, it's not relevant anymore. If someone is still questioning whether a diverse workplace, is a better workplace to be in, where there is more innovation, there's more engagement, there's more ideas that come in every day, then at least my organization is not perhaps where they would fit in, right? I mean, I'm going to be very brutally direct on this. So yeah, the simple answer is, I think this is a deeply and very strongly held value, that this is something that is non-negotiable for us as an organization. And I will say that it has been for previous organizations that I've worked in earlier as well. So at this point, really, we are not measuring impact in that sense, because I think it's a question that's been asked and answered a long time ago.
No, that's and I'm so happy you gave me this response, because there was an intent behind this question, because there are still a lot of organizations which are measuring women participation still from the perspective of how much of maternity would she might require when the time comes. Would she be able to balance her work life? Now I'm talking purely of a gender bias here. And if from a large organization as yours, Sophia's, and Saket, he's doing his own thing, and beautifully so. If I'm hearing that these biases are slowly diminishing, while I'm not sure if it is across the board, but if some large establishments are saying that these biases and these lines are diminishing, I'm only hoping, and I'm only kind of aspiring to be a part of that society where across the board, we would be getting similar responses, where these biases don't exist, where these lines don't exist, and where organizational values are truly aligned. And I do hope we come to a point where we're not having diversity discussions anymore, because it's so much a part of mainstream. But I think we still have a distance to go there. But having said so, it was so wonderful to get the positive iterations, because I know I started on a negative connotation, but and that was, of course, with the purpose. But it is so encouraging to hear the positive iterations from across the board, and I really hope that we are continuing on this journey relentlessly, unshamedly, to a point where we're not having these discussions anymore. So thank you so much, panel. Truly enriched today, truly honored today to be a part of this discussion and having been able to host it. I will end with a very small but a very, very inspiring quote for myself, which I kind of really live by George D.I. He says, "Inclusion is not bringing people into what already exists. It is making a new space, a better space for everyone." And I want to leave you all with that thought. Thank you so much, panel. It was a pleasure.
Likewise. Thank you so much, Nilakshi.
Thank you. Thank you, Divya. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Saket. See you again the next time.
Bye-bye.
It was a stimulating discussion. Our panelists brought up some great points. Organizations need to think big, but also focus on small, actionable steps to get there. It's not enough to talk about a strong company culture. It needs to be backed by real actions, right? DE&I can be a tough topic, but real change requires boldness starting from the top. One interesting idea is reverse mentoring, where top leaders are mentored by minority groups as well. DE&I isn't just an HR goal anymore. It's a business goal. We can't just focus on one type of diversity and ignore the rest. Companies need balanced policies and initiatives that include all minority groups. And a diverse workplace, to sum it up, is a better workplace to work in, fostering more innovation and a flood of new ideas. So thank you to our panel discussion once again. Now, before we dive into the next part of the program, we'll take a well-deserved 45-minute break to refuel, recharge. We'll be back at 1:15, feeling refreshed and ready to tackle more. In the meantime, feel free to use the chat to share your thoughts on the panel. See you soon. Welcome back from our lunch break. We're energized and ready to dive into the third panel discussion of the day. Before we introduce our esteemed panelists, let's turn our attention to a critical topic in today's workplace: microaggressions. These are subtle, often unintentional, but harmful behaviors or comments that communicate negative messages about someone's race, gender, religion, or other identity groups. While seemingly insignificant on the surface, microaggressions can build up over time, creating a hostile work environment and negatively impacting employee well-being, engagement, and performance. Now, this panel discussion will delve deeper into identifying and understanding microaggressions. We'll explore how unconscious biases plays a role and equip ourselves with strategies to overcome these biases, but both individually and as a collective. So to guide us through this important conversation, I'd like to introduce our incredible panel of experts. Rasha Aljuz, founder of Lady Lingua Limited. Rasha is a champion for women's leadership. As the founder of Lady Lingua Limited, the first ever home-based business of its kind, she empowers women to navigate the entrepreneurial journey. With over 24 years of experience, Rasha's Whole You method takes a holistic approach to nurturing authentic leadership, helping women drive change and create lasting legacies. Next up, we have Sarah Obaid. Sarah is a multi-talented professional with expertise in coaching, HR, and business strategy. She's a PCC accredited coach, an HRBP certified coach, and a management consultant who provides custom solutions for individuals and organizations. Her areas of expertise include coaching entrepreneurs, supporting HR transformation, and guiding organizational development. She's also an angel investor in Playbook, an edtech platform empowering women learners to design their careers and well-being. Well, we just can't get enough of our next panelist. Please join me in welcoming back the ever-brilliant Ms. Nilakshi Mukherjee, Senior Director at the Next Milestone Technologies, who delightfully returns to grace the stage. Get ready for another dose of her incredible insights. And I'd now like to introduce the person who will be guiding us through this important discussion, Fatima Ibrahim, an ICF and ACTP accredited executive coach. Fatima brings a wealth of experience in HR and leadership development. Having spent over 22 years in the field, her expertise in fostering authentic leadership makes her perfectly suited to moderate this discussion on microaggressions and navigating workplace dynamics. Let's give a warm welcome to our moderator, and our panelists for this discussion. Fatima, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody, for the introduction. Amazing. This having this panel with all this expertise here, it's really, really enriching and overwhelming. So today we're talking about a very, very important subject here, which is microaggression at work. I would like to start with you, Ms. Nilakshi. So what is the definition of microaggression in your opinion?
That was a wonderful introduction by our moderator. Thanks for that. And thanks, Fatima, for taking the lead, and looking forward to a great discussion. Thanks for your question. So, yes, we lead everything with a definition. though the definitions get expanded over time and they don't stay in the limits of what it was originally defined as. And the reason I'm talking about that is, see, microaggressions at workplace or wherever else, typically when it was defined, it was defined as a certain behavior which is mutilated maybe towards a certain marginalized section of the society. Now, I would not get into the nitty-gritties of defining what we mean by marginalized, but anybody who doesn't come across as privileged would be considered as marginalized, and any behavior which would hurt or be not of an accordance was to be considered as microaggression, whether at workplace or otherwise. Having said so, I was pondering before this discussion as to does it really limit itself to the marginalized, right? And that's when I was thinking way back, probably around the 2010s, when I was working with a particular organization as their head of HR. I remembered this perfectly apt example of explaining how microaggression really doesn't any longer limit itself to any section of the society. So we had this perfectly able-bodied gentleman who's supposed to be the most non-diverse population in today's world. So he was a young man who was working in the organization. He came to me one of the days and said, Milakshi, I'm facing some trouble at work. Can you help me? I said, of course. I mean, that's exactly why we're here. What is it? So he said, I have a problem at home. Can I trust you to discuss it with you? And by all means. She said, I have a young wife and a 5-year-old son. And not many people know other than my family that my wife doesn't see too well. She has a problem with her eyes. I wouldn't call her blind. I wouldn't put it as an impairment. But having said so, she doesn't see too well. It is a medical condition. I said, okay. And I was still surprised. I was like, all right. And is there something I can do about it? He's like, no, it is not about her. It is about me. Okay, I'm listening. He's like, at work, I leave at 6:30. So let me first ask you, is that all right? So yeah, completely all right. If you're coming in at 9:30, leaving at 6:30 looks completely all right to me. He said, but then there is a large section of your organization, and he was still new in the organization. And there was a large section of the organization which sort of is not very happy with it. And they come up with weird remarks, not directly to me, but possibly when I'm passing through the corridors or possibly when I'm actually starting my car to go home. I said, what are the kind of remarks you get? So he's like, the most often faced remark is, oh, were you doing a half day today? And this is at 6:30, mind you. So I was like, oh, okay. And where do you think that's coming from? So he said, you know where that's coming from? Because we have benchmarked productivity in terms of the number of hours we spend, whether we're taking an hour of break at lunch, whether we're taking another hour of break at coffee or taking a smoke break, probably, if we indulge. So all that is all right and acceptable, unless I'm not leaving at 9:30, then I'm productive, right? So, and I've been facing this. Now I'll stop here. So this was just an example, and this example made me think really, really hard that how something as small as this can actually relate as microaggression, even if you're not a part of a marginalized section of the society. So I'll leave my thought on that.
Wow, amazing. This is really a good story and example of, from real life, that how we can work with these kind of things, and it just goes unseen for a lot of people. So my next question would go to Russia. So what kind of a culture that has microaggression at work, in your opinion?
Thank you, Fatma, for this question. So microaggression can occur in any workplace culture. So, and that would be regardless of the size of the company or even the organization, especially when there is a lack of awareness, like just Nilakshi mentioned, and even lack of awareness of how to treat people equally, how to treat people inclusively, how to treat people in a way that they would feel that they belong, and these people would be either women and men. So like Justin Lakshmi mentioned, the example about this man in a workplace where he feels like he's not happily welcome because he just, leave at 6:30 p.m. So they often arise in any environment which have not fully embraced the cultural competence or where biases, even if unconscious, are there.
So we spoke about the awareness and the and unconscious and the biases. My God, this is so beautiful. Thank you, Rasha. So my next question would go to Sarah. And what are the examples of microaggression at the workplace? So Nilakshi has spoken about a story that relates to microaggression. Would you add more into that and have an in-depth explanation and more examples of that?
Yeah. Thank you, Fatma. Yes, I can add to what Nilakshi has nicely said. There are a couple of examples that I can bring forward to the table. With the multicultural, diverse workforce that we live in these days, you often hear examples of that when someone addresses another and says, you're the first one that is good or not good from this nationality, whatever that nationality is, in this field of work. And this is an example of microaggression that is based on a subtle stereotype against certain nationalities, be it whether they are good or not good. Doing that generalization towards a certain nationality leads to microaggressions to the members of that nationality. Another one that is more female-oriented, let me put it that way, and we hear it a lot, especially to females that are in leadership positions, where many come and say to women that are firm and assertive, you're pretty firm for a woman, or you're more assertive than other women that we have met in our lifetime. So this is all based on a certain stereotype and a bias, which could be in many cases, is very subtle. It's something that is deep engraved, not something that is done by intention or for it to harm others. It's not a passive aggressive type of a situation where we are communicating nicely to harm. It is done because it is a perception that we have, and we take it out this way, unfortunately.
Wow, this is so insightful. So basically, it's from an awareness, from an unconscious to something that we subtly talk about because we are not even aware of what we're doing. Where we're segregating them in let's say boxes that, oh, you're a woman who's so aggressive or so assertive, and I have faced that myself. So going back to Russia. What would be the impact on organizations and employees based on what we've spoken about? So what kind of impact are we looking at?
So picture this. If those examples that Sarah just mentioned were there in the workplace, how would you feel that the team would be feeling? It would be like a slow leak in a tire, They might seem a little bit small, but over time they can really deflate the team spirit. Employees would start feeling as if they are not seen, heard, or respected. They are undervalued, they are misunderstood, and they would lose their sense of belonging in that place, which can make them less eager to jump in conversations or maybe take the lead to do something even important within the team. So what about the organization then? So for the organization, it would be like it's running on a flat tire, that things just don't move as smoothly or fast as they could. So it's going to be a lose-lose situation in the end. The organization is not happy and the employees are not happy. And in order to fix this, we need to create a culture that embraces the happiness and well-being of its employees.
Interesting. So it comes directly under the organizational health index, let's say, and one of the KPIs that we need to put in organizations and be very careful of, how the well-being of our employees are handled. Very, very interesting. Thank you, Rasha. Just to, shed more light, Ms. Sarah. So how can employees handle these kind of situations in the workplace?
Rasha has mentioned a very important and integral word of awareness. So it all starts by awareness. The minute we are aware what microaggressions are, how do they present themselves, what are their impacts on the employees receiving it, how does it impact the organization overall, we start putting a nice little parameter for microaggression within the workplace. The second thing to be done, in my humble opinion, is microaggressions need to be called out rather than be shy away. So the person that is being subjected to a microaggression needs to, regardless whether he or she does it in private or in public, they need to call it out and they need to state that I was subjected to a microaggression, and awareness needs to be uplifted on an organizational level. What does that mean? How is it impacting that person or the team, and then the overall performance of the organization? Then work hard in terms of putting down their opinion as what would be the best way to, so become more of partners with the organization of what would be the best way to deal with it, and try to nip it from the bud rather than allow it to, show its face and then deal with it reactively. Be proactive in how to go about it.
Interesting. So it's awareness, being proactive, having it, said it out loud instead of shying out of it. So I would, if you could, Nilakshi, please, pour more insight from your experience. So how would be the best practices from what Sarah has already mentioned in the organization at a leadership level?
Even before I answer that question of what we do at a leadership level, it is very, very important for the HR, right, to be able to educate the employees. It is a part of awareness, but having managed HR for multiple organizations, I can tell you that we usually have a reactive approach to any sort of aggression, right? And why don't we have a proactive approach? It's not because we don't want to have a proactive approach, but we haven't really devised a mechanism to be able to pick up a heat map, to be able to pick up the early indicators. Now, again, going a step back, why is that so? Because most of my employees are not aware, right, as both Rasha and Sarah were saying, what is microaggression? What is severe enough to be reported? What is severe enough to feel bad about, right? A lot of people just feel comfortable or make themselves comfortable despite not feeling comfortable because they feel maybe this is not serious enough. Maybe I am overreacting. Or as Sarah was mentioning, nationalities, we're like, okay, I think this is how they speak about us across the world. So it's like, it's all right. So that acceptance is an absolute showstopper for any action, whichever level it needs to start from. So now bringing in leadership. So leadership and HR need to have a very cognizant thought process of how do we educate the employees to at least identify microaggression. That's step one. Then there are best practices as to how do we control it? What are the control mechanisms we have? What is the action that we're going to take? All that comes much later. I think today where we stand, across the world, while we are converging as a diverse population that is working in various organizations, we still have a long way to go in terms of identifying what qualifies as microaggression. Once we've done that, and for that, you need leadership commitment. That do we really want to call this out as microaggression? Do we really want to call this out as something which you need to report, right? Because a lot of it stems from there as well. This woman thing stems definitely from a lot of leadership mindsets, which is a hierarchy in today's world, but it is true. I personally have had individuals, sort of starting a conversation in large spaces, saying, "Okay, and here we have beauty and brains together." Oh my God, what do you mean by that? Why is that even a call out, right?
Right.
And should
Absolutely.
I feel bad about it or should I feel elated about it? You know? So it has to start from there. If we can start from there, and that's where leadership plays a huge role, and along with HR, I think we would have taken a step towards it.
Right, amazing. So basically, we need to partner with the leaders. HR needs to have partnership with leadership members to mainly address and put the right policies together and implement. So if I could ask you all collectively, what would be the ways of awareness? So if there are any techniques, ways, solutions, options that we could suggest in terms of, we know that it's awareness, but how? We know that we need to call it out, but how? We know that we need to identify it, but it's the what is very beautiful, but it's more impactful when we know the how behind it. So if each one of you, whether Rasha, Sarah, and Nilakshi, could just tell me only one solution each, that would be great for our audience to know.
I can address one of the solutions that I have seen in several organizations that are being very proactive on this. What they do is they include it as part of their onboarding and induction program. So every new employee that is joining newly, they have that element covered within the presentation, within the onboarding package and the onboarding kit. And definitely prior to that, for the people that have been there for some time, not the new joiners, they have already done them awareness sessions, and they have gone through those types of sessions where they brainstorm to understand better and point out things that might have not been thought of as microaggressions, but brought it to the table. And if I may suggest, say, another one that has been seen in several organizations, it's group coaching. So a lot of organizations, what they're offering is group coaching for their employees, where the topic is microaggression. People come and talk about how they feel when they are being subjected to it, in order to increase the empathy of the others that were not subjected to it, understand better the parameters, what it is, how it goes in a very subtle manner without us being attentive to it, what it is that we need to keep an eye and an ear open for. So those are two solutions that have been that I have been seeing in several organizations that are being proactive when dealing with microaggressions.
Fantastic. Anything else you would want to add?
Yeah, so if I may jump in as well, I do have solutions on both the organizational level and the employee level. So on the organization level, just as Sarah said, embracing the coaching culture. And that would be through understanding what coaching means and what human beings are, and how do we deal with human beings in terms of understanding that they are okay, and understanding that the culture itself, how can I embrace this coaching mindset? And that can be done, on the leadership and executive level. They can be given those coaching training where they understand more about how can a leader be a coach for themselves and for others in their team. And that would, of course, would enrich the culture of the culture of awareness that microaggressions is not something. We are not even looking at microaggression now. We're looking at how to treat each other in a dignified way, on the human level. So that would be in terms of the organization. And on terms of employees, just be clear on what is okay and what's not okay with you. Clear boundaries, clear communication, and also be clear of what's expected from you. And yeah, and that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Wow, so we spoke about a coaching culture, and we spoke about the inductions on the first day, and this was the highlight from both of you, and in terms of awareness from organizational perspective and an employee. Nilakshi, would you want to add something?
There's just one thing I wanted to add, which I think has worked very well for a couple of organizations I've worked in. So we have, Sarah and Resha have talked about some very effective methods for the employees. And of course, Resha did touch upon leadership coaching. Along with that, I think leadership endorsement towards condemning microaggression, that needs to be speaking out of the rooftop. There should be no shying away from that. And leaders need to, that is the only way accountability will show through, right? And that is one. So that is one thing which really works well in organizations when the leaders have taken the initiative of standing out there, whether it is in a town hall, whether it is in an a lecture that they're doing, whatever the forum, it really doesn't matter what is the forum, but they need to be very prominently endorsing a culture which condemns any kind of aggression or any kind of mistreatment of any other individual. So that is one. And the second, which is more from an HR perspective, because this is an HR conference and we are addressing a lot of HR leaders here, I think HR needs to be extremely assertive about this. And it needs to be assertive about fallouts or actions. It cannot just be sweet talking. It cannot just be posters. It cannot just be, conference room ideas. There has to be action if something is not in line, right? So you need to kind of create case studies where you can tell your employees that feel free to come and tell us, you're not going to be the one who's going to be harmed. There's somebody who is a repeat offender or even a one-time offender for all I care. That is the person who's going to face the repercussion. So HR has to play a very, very assertive role in this.
Nicely said, Nilakshi. Unless systemized into a regulation across the organization, it will go into inconsistency. Very nicely said.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Amazing. So thank you everyone for the participation. If there is anything at the end, each of you want to say as an advice to our audience who are watching this right now.
Why don't Fatima, you tell us a little, because you've got a very, very rich experience in HR and, kind of you're one of the prominent ones in the industry today. So why don't we hear from you as well a little bit?
Well, I'm overwhelmed from all the knowledge that I've just got from three of you. You've got like squared everything and nailed it to the point. So basically, I'm here learning and enriching my experience more and more with having all of you here. So I couldn't have said any better, and I couldn't have even expressed any better. We've covered almost everything. We've covered culture, we've covered health index, we've covered coaching, we've covered inductions, we've covered, we've just, rounded and wrapped it up with a really nice ribbon. So thank you, all of you. I mean, it has been a really enriching experience, and thank you for having me here to moderate this beautiful experience and, facilitating this subject.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fatima. I would like to individually thank you and personally thank you on behalf of PeopleFirst HR Awards for having accepted the offer to moderate this session so beautifully for us. And thank you, both you ladies, for your very, very active and not just active, very, very useful participation in this conversation. It was really wonderful. It was really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, so much. I'll just address the question that Fatima asked at the end in terms of
Yes.
advice. My advice would be for anyone that is providing feedback, providing advice, providing or such any discussion. When discussing elements at work, remain objective and remove all the subjective connotations from the discussion. So when we're addressing to provide feedback, address the performance of the person rather than the subjective elements of that employee. When we're giving advice, giving any discussion, let's avoid the subjectivity and just deal with the objective element of what is at hand that we're discussing. Because the minute that we start bringing in the personal and the subjective attributes, that is when it starts crumbling down and we go into the microaggressions and the other miscommunication routes that could lead to harm. Thank you, ladies, so much. And thank you, Nilakshi, for having us today.
It was an absolute pleasure. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
So thank you, Nilakshi, thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Fatma. I really enjoyed the conversation today. And if I were to end it with something, it's just that we are human beings before we are employees. So this is very important. And humans are the real resource for any company to succeed. It's not about money. It's not about, how much skills and knowledge are there. It's about people. So people, people, and people. So yeah, and that's it.
Nicely said.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks, Fatima. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Rasha.
Wow, that was a truly insightful discussion on microaggressions in the workplace. A topic so crucial for fostering respect and inclusion. These subtle behaviors may seem small, but their impact is profound, affecting not just mental health but also job satisfaction. Addressing microaggressions isn't just about compliance. It's about creating a supportive environment where everyone can thrive. Through awareness, clear policies, and leadership commitment, we aim to build a workplace where diversity isn't just acknowledged, but celebrated as well. A big thank you to our esteemed panelists, Rasha, Sarah Obaid, Fatima Ibrahim, and Ms. Nilakshi Mukherjee for sharing their valuable perspectives and expertise. I believe the strategies and insights you've shared will equip us all to identify and address microaggressions, fostering a more inclusive and respectful work environment for everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll sure to share the recording on YouTube and on our website, and any additional resources from this discussion so you can revisit the key points at your convenience. Well, now it's time for what you waited for the highly anticipated moment, announcing the winners of diverse categories of leading practices again in HR. Well, today we celebrate the organizations that are leveraging technology to create a smarter HR future. We received an impressive number of nominations in this category, highlighting just how essential tech in HR has become for organizations everywhere. The award for leading practices in deployment technology in HR is proudly presented to Hindustan Unilever Limited. Congratulations, Team Unilever. The next winner in the leading practices in technology deployment goes to Vedanta Aluminium Limited, Jharsuguda. Joining our list of winners in the leading practices in technology deployment category, next is Hindustan Zinc Limited. Setting a high standard for others to follow, our next winner is Sterlite Copper Vedanta Limited, honored for their exemplary use of technology. Moving on, receiving recognition for their commitment to innovative technology deployment in HR, next is Ferro Alloys Corporation Limited. Congratulations. Next up, acknowledged for their forward-thinking approach to technology deployment in HR, showcasing their dedication to HR excellence, is Sesagoa Vedanta Limited. Our next winner in the transformative use of technology in HR practices goes to Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. Next, we have Sula Vineyards Limited. Congratulations to Team Sula for the award. And ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the leading practices in technology deployment in HR goes to Tech Mahindra Limited. Their innovative approach is streamlining processes and driving impressive results. Congratulations, Tech Mahindra. Well, appreciation goes to the organizations fostering a truly engaged workforce. The remarkable number of nominations in this category also underscores the indispensable role that human resources now play in an engaged workforce. We're excited to announce the winners of the Employee Engagement Award. The award for leading practices in employee engagement goes to Bennett Coleman and Company Limited. Next, we recognize Hindustan Zinc Limited for their outstanding work in employee engagement. The third winner in this category is Vedanta Aluminium Limited, Jharsuguda. A hearty congratulations to them. Our next winner in the leading practices in employee engagement category is Ferro Alloys Corporation Limited. Aditi Tech Consulting is the next winner for leading practices in employee engagement. Congratulations to the entire team at Aditi Tech. Well, yet another deserving winner in this category is none other than Sterlite Copper Vedanta Limited. Let's give them a big round of applause for their achievement. Our next winner in this category is Sesa Goa Vedanta Limited. We have a final winner in this category, and the winner is Fulcrum Digital Private Limited. And now for the champion leading the initiative of employee engagement goes to AU Small Finance Bank. Their commitment to creating a stimulating and rewarding work environment is a true inspiration. Well, a round of applause for the organizations that's undergone a remarkable HR transformation. The champion of the leading practices in HR transformation award goes to Cairn Oil and Gas Vedanta Limited. Well, their dedication to evolving their practices positions them for continued success. We would now like to recognize the organizations that are a magnet for top talent. The plethora of nominations we received in this category vividly illustrates the pivotal role of human resources in the modern talent management realm. The Leading Practices in Talent Management Award goes to Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. Congratulations to your team. Next up, we have the winner, No Broker Technology Solution Private Limited. They were recognized for their innovative talent development programs that foster growth and excellence. Congratulations to them. The third winner in this category we have is Sterlite Copper Vedanta Limited again. And now, the champion of talent management is Vedanta Limited Lanchigar. Seems like Vedanta have set the gold standard in talent management with their outstanding practices and dedication to employee success. Congratulations to them once again. All right, moving on to the next category, we have corporate social responsibility. Let's acknowledge the organizations demonstrating exceptional corporate social responsibility. The significant response in this category as well serves as a testament to the crucial role that human resources hold within organizations across the globe. The Leading Practices in CSR Award goes to J.K. Fenner, India Limited. The second winner we have is Odisha Mining Corporation Limited. The third winner is Trevista Financial Services Private Limited. And the champion of corporate social responsibility is Runaya. Their dedication to social responsibility sets a powerful example for the entire business community. Let's give a huge round of applause to all our winners for their remarkable efforts and achievements. Well, promoting a healthy and happy workforce is key to organizational success and employee satisfaction. We're thrilled to present the PeopleFirst HR Excellence Awards for leading practices in health and well-being. These awards celebrate organizations that have demonstrated exceptional commitment to the health and well-being of their employees, creating environments where individuals can thrive both personally and professionally. The Leading Practices in Health and Well-being Award goes to Bain Capability Center India Private Limited. Good on you, Team Bain. Next winner we have is Sula Vineyards Limited. Congratulations, Team Sula. And the champion of this cause, the Leading Practices in Health and Well-being, unrivaled, is Concentrix Dutch Services India Private Limited. Their commitment to employee well-being fosters a thriving work environment. Congratulations to them. All right. And finally, we have reached a moment of great pride and celebration as we honor the organization that stands out for its exceptional ability to attract top-tier talent. This award recognizes a company that has demonstrated outstanding expertise in identifying, engaging, and bringing on board the best and brightest minds in the industry. Their innovative strategies and unwavering commitment to excellence in talent acquisition set them apart as a true leader in the field. The Talent Acquisition Award goes to Quest Global Engineering Services Private Limited. The second winner in this category is Hindustan Zinc Limited. Seems like they're making a habit of it. And the Spearheading Champion Award for the leading practices in talent acquisition goes to No Broker Technology Solution Private Limited. A round of applause for them. I'm sure their innovative recruitment strategies make them a true industry leader. Congratulations to all the winners and finalists for their outstanding achievements. Your contributions set a remarkable example for others to follow. Well, now let's delve deeper into how we can all foster that same spirit of inclusion. In our next session, we'll explore the evolving landscape of workplace culture with a focus on continuing the shift from diversity and inclusion to diversity, equity, and inclusion. This discussion will shed light on the critical differences and connections between these concepts, emphasizing why equity is essential for creating a truly inclusive environment. Joining us is a fantastic panel of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this topic. They will share insights into how organizations can move beyond surface level diversity and implement equitable practices that ensure all employees have access to the same opportunities and resources. Our panelists will discuss strategies for addressing systemic barriers, fostering an inclusive culture, and measuring the impact of DE&I initiatives. Get ready to gain valuable perspectives and practical advice on embedding equity into your own DE&I efforts to create a more inclusive and thriving workplace for everyone. Our first panelist for this discussion is Mr. Robin Jones, a seasoned executive coach with 25 years in global financial services. He's held COO roles in 7 different markets, specializing in the Middle East. Robin excels in operational transformation, risk management, and digital innovation. Now an executive coach, he's ready to leverage his experience to boost your career. Off the clock, Robin's an avid hiker who's trekked across the UK, Africa, China, and India. He's always ready to tackle new heights, both in the boardroom and on the trail. Next up, we have Ms. Ega Sutka, a field coach trainer and ACC, who excels in coaching colleagues, partnering with managers, and driving personal and professional growth. Her credentials include an ACC from the International Coaching Federation, an advanced diploma from City and Guilds, and certifications from Quantum, Human Resource Consultancy, and ILM. Passionate about people development and sports, Ega qualified for the Ironman, albeit Iron Woman, 70.3 World Championship in Utah in 2021. She's now on her way to becoming an accredited coach by the International Coaching Federation. Well, looks like Nilakshi enjoys a good panel discussion. This time she joins us not as a conquering hero, but as the ever reliable senior director at the Next Milestone Technologies, and she'll be part of this panel discussion too. And last but not least, meet our moderator, Navanitha Bhattacharya. With 30 years of experience across multiple continents, she challenges oppressive status quo in racial, gender, economic, and social justice. Navanitha excels in anti-oppressive program design, forging inclusive partnerships, and simplifying complex issues. She has worked with UNICEF, UNDP, and many other NGOs. For Navanitha, the personal is political, the political is professional, and the professional is liberatory. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now dig deeper into the next and the final panel discussion. Over to you.
Welcome to the panel discussion, the final panel discussion of the day. And ours is called Continuing Shift from Diversity and Inclusion to Diversity, Equity and Inclusion. My name is Navanitha Bhattacharya, and I will be moderating the panel over the next 45 odd minutes. All of us on this panel are from various parts of the world. I'm from Melbourne in Australia, Aiga from Riyadh, Nilakshi from Kolkata, and Robin from London. And we are in very different climate zones as well. I'm shivering until the time Robin asked me, "Are you really wearing that jacket?" I said, "All right, I won't." Apart from our diverse locations, I'm excited also because of the diverse lived experiences and capabilities in the panel today. Cancer survivor, adventure seekers, multiple times Ironman, Iron Woman, champ, banker turned coach, single mom doing the balancing act called life. We are very lucky to be in this panel today. My aim is a simple one: to hold space along with the fabulous panelists and to have a bold and a badass conversation on DEI. And in preparing for this session, I put a call out on LinkedIn last week, asking folks what they would like to hear. What does not get talked about? Some responded to my post. Many wrote to me privately. A common theme from people's comments and messages was the need for DEI conversations and actions to move from the superficial pink and blue cupcakes and glossy pictures of black and brown humans on brochures and every branding material possible, to actions that are dismantling oppressive status quo in workplaces. In a world more interconnected and globalized than ever before, and also more unequal and volatile. I'm talking about genocide being live streamed on every device that we have. How much more volatile can we talk about, right? So in a world so interconnected and volatile, globalized and unequal, employees, shareholders, communities are demanding loudly an end to oppressive policies and practices, end to oppressive structures and systems. Adding to this is the fact that we are currently witnessing the largest global youth population ever. Young people who are demanding equal access to opportunities and social justice, and young people who are not shying away from calling brands out for performative activism. How wonderful is that? So in this panel, time permitting, I'm going to moderate a discussion broadly around 4 key themes: accountability and status quo, representation and voice, coaches and coaching, because we have some fabulous coaches on the panel, and finally, care and refueling. All of you listening in, I invite you to please engage. Use the chat function to share where you are listening in from. Do share your perspectives, your experiences, your angst. your victories, your frustrations, and your celebrations. Do engage, please. All right, moving on. Let us welcome our panelists and get started with the conversation. Aiga, I'll start off with you. Briefly, please, can you tell us who are you?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Navita. So I'm a business and life coach and also a trainer. So I'm currently working for a luxury brand. So I have experience from high street, luxury brand management and learning development. And I've been really recently, not recently, for many years now pursuing coaching. And that's one of my passions, as well as my other passion is the sport that I do. And so, yeah, that's briefly about me. So, and I'm going to give word to Robin to introduce himself.
Thank you, Aiga.
So Robin Jones, good to meet everybody. So I spent my entire career in global banking. I lived and worked in 9 different countries, primarily in chief operating officer roles. After that 35 years, I decided on a change of direction. So I've recently become an executive coach. And for me now, it's all about sort of giving back all of that experience to the next generation. In terms of passions, I have 2 wonderful daughters. I hike all around the world, and I'm currently doing a history degree, would you believe? So, and in those first few months of doing that degree, I've learned, how much you can learn from history. And I think today, having been a COO, I'll try and give a very practical application to a lot of the questions that we're going to discuss.
Fantastic. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
All right. That leaves us with me. So I'm Nilakshi Mukherjee, primarily in the HR and L&D space for the last 20 odd years. The first 5 years, so that makes it 25 really. So the first 5 years has been in the space of hospitality in various countries, various cultures, and various kinds of people. And we'll talk about that more later. Passion, oh, my children, have they turned into my passion? I'm not really sure. But then yes, part of it, yes. And apart from that, I have found a newfound passion. Well, via my work, I started doing a lot of research on ESG and sustainability, and I'm appalled to learn where we are and what we've done to ourselves. And that's something I've started feeling very passionately about. Have done nothing about it yet, but I'm just in the space of exploring and understanding how bad it is. And I think that's something which I'm going to be following very aggressively over the next left years of my life. So that's in short about me.
Fantastic. Shukriya, Nilakshi. And since you have your mic on, perhaps I can move us going by asking you the first question, if that's all right. Okay. DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. DIB, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. D&I, diversity and inclusion. JD, justice, equity, diversity, inclusion. Whatever we choose to call it, DEI at present, and that's a fact which research is consistently bringing out, does not create the impact it promises. Nilakshi, is DEI dying?
All right. Interesting question, and thank you for that. Especially when it comes to an HR professional, right? So is DEI dying or is DEI dead in some parts? Yes and no. So I'll address the yes first, and then I'll come to the no, and we can have a little tug of war there. Yes, where? Yes, the corporate bubble has died. And the reason I call it a bubble is because it looked more like a PR machinery, which a lot of corporates were riding on. There was a lot of talk, a lot of gloss, a lot of fanfare, a bit of work as well. I wouldn't be entirely dismissing what was going on with it. Having said so, has the bubble burst? Yes, it has. The pandemic told us that we need to work remotely. So we said, okay, let's be inclusive. Let's get everybody going. And we started employing CDOs. I had never heard of it till then, till very recently, right? Chief Diversity Officers. The minute you bring in Chief Diversity Officers, so that's where you're ostracizing the ones you want to include. And I found that pretty invasive to me if I have to be kind of governed by a chief diversity officer. I found the very concept not aligned to the concept of inclusiveness. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that, because the minute you make it non-communal, the minute you make it away from the mainstream by giving it a title, I think part of it is already lost. And that is where part of the corporates have already lost the game. However, I said there is a yes and a no, right? And I'll tell you where the no comes from. I'll give you a quick instance which I encountered a couple of days back. And this I'm talking about not an urban, not a semi-urban, but a rural part of India. Okay, and so a lot of our mining industry is in the rurals. It's not in a semi-urban setup; it's in the rural setup. And I was exposed to an organization in the mining space in India where they have hired about 13%. And mind you, when I say rural in India, it comes with a lot of commotion, for the lack of a better word. Okay.
Mhm.
Comes with a lot of biases. It comes with a lot of commotion. DEI is not something people are happy to talk about, or even sort of be belonging to as a concept. And I was happy to figure out that this mining organization has 17%. Okay, 17% LGBTQ. Now, while the number is a statistic, it is about when I look at the actual numbers and how they are working in harmony. I spoke to a couple of them, and that was not out of an objective. I didn't even know this be happening, but as a part of the process for what we were doing for them. And I was further surprised to hear that they were a happy lot. They were not being called out. There were no banters. There was absolutely nothing. They didn't feel that they needed to be called out separately into any formative imagination of the organization or the people around. So that's why I say a no as well, Navneeta, Robin, and Aga. But the yes is far more pronounced than the no. And I would love to hear from others about when I say a strong yes about the bubble being burst.
Fantastic.
Yeah, let me
opening. Yes, Robin, sorry.
Yeah, maybe let me add a perspective, and this is one drawn over, let's say, quite a long career. I don't think it's burst. I think it's changed significantly if I compare to when I started in banking. Wow, it was very different to how it is today. But I think, like many things, it has to be constantly re-energized and redirected. So no, I don't think it's burst at all. I think it's becoming slightly more mainstream, and certainly in the workplace, it's absolutely in people's consciousness now in a way that it never was 4 or 5 years ago. But I think people need to be patient. And I think one of the practical challenges I always used to have was you have to have good candidates. And there's always this impatience to have senior leadership representatives, but they have to be capable. They have to have the right capabilities, and often that does take a bit of time to get those candidates qualified, because you don't want to set them up to fail.
Mm-hmm. And there's so many points you raised there on, the thing on meritocracy. And discussions around meritocracy and how meritocracy remains a trap for many minoritized and marginalized groups in multi-ethnic workplaces cannot be overlooked. Aiga, do you have anything to add to this, to these diverse perspectives? And I'm loving the discussion so far.
Absolutely. So I'm living a country. I'm actually living in UAE, so United Arab Emirates. And obviously the diversity of people, cultures, nationalities, it's very broad. So you can meet every day somebody. So recently I joined a new company as well. And I was really surprised the way the mindset of the company to be equal and diverse in the same time. And I think that comes from the top. So they're really, really conscious, and the leadership is all about inclusion, and which is really, really great to see. And and being as diverse as we can. And in what they do in terms of also recruiting, they make sure that we have equal amount of males and females working in the company. And I think it's beautiful to see that. And I really honestly believe that it comes from the leadership itself, the owners of the company, you know, the CEOs, and that's the vision, and everyone will embrace it then.
Shukriya, a few different points emerged so far. Bubbles cracked, bubbles not cracked. Patience is required, constant re-energizing people, and the fact that, Robin, you said DEI has been mainstreamed, and you also put out the word on good people in leadership position, and that brings me to the whole big domain of meritocracy. Let's park the meritocracy discussion a bit aside, and I would like to see if it comes out organically or not. If not, we'll bring it up. But want to push us a little more on accountability, because accountability remains a critical factor on impactful DEI, right? Because here we are talking about equity. Equity means closing gaps for those purposefully marginalized or purposefully minoritized in the workplace, you know. So if equity is what diversity and inclusion efforts and actions should be, the fact remains that DEI progress is more often claimed by power holders. Here we have Robin, who has been in senior leadership positions for several decades, who is talking from that leader perspective, right? And research constantly shows that DEI progress is more often claimed by power holders or leaders in organizations, not so much by all employees. Employee experience of exclusion in workplaces continue. You just need to scroll through LinkedIn, for instance, on any day to understand the depth and volume of evidence out there. Discrimination continues to happen in workplaces. Pay equity remains, pay inequity remains a fact even in 2024. Ethnicity pay equity is not even considered. People with diverse disabilities are finding it that much more challenging to enter the workplaces if they're entering, challenging to kind of climb the ladder. Organizational policies and processes are still being designed to keep the status quo going. Workplace bullying and other bad behaviors continue to persist. Many DEI initiatives are surface level and seldom addressing the systemic issues, the structural issues. I am in a country, in Australia, where largely organizations, the leadership and governing board still remains predominantly white. And this is a multicultural, multi-ethnic country, a country where the sovereignty of Aboriginal people has not been ceded, right? So my question to you all is, which DEI practice or set of actions have you seen moving the needle on structural equity? Not the surface level, not the celebration of religious days, cultural days, but structurally equity has been achieved. You know, which DEI practice or actions have you seen moving the needle? Which actions have shifted the status quo? If you are able to speak through, organizations where you have seen it happen, and if it's sustained, please share.
Is it for anyone?
Go first on that question. I think, and again, let me give a sort of senior leader perspective. At the end of the day, and as a COO, so I, at the end of the day, my responsibility every day was to make sure that the bank operated smoothly, that the ATMs are working, that the digital app was working, and believe me, nobody thanked me if those things ever stopped working. So ultimately, I had to surround myself with capable people, right? That's the core point. And we used to receive very clear balanced scorecards every year on the basis on which we were rewarded. And I always often found that a lot of the HR metrics, a lot of the diversity metrics were very much at the bottom of the scorecard. standard terms that were put into everybody's scorecard. And ultimately, I never felt that we were held to account for those targets as much as we were for some of the others: cost reduction, P&L increase, regional growth, etc. So I'm a big believer that you've got to hold people very accountable through metrics, through balanced scorecards, and for senior management to truly believe that they're going to be judged by those metrics at the end of the year. And it's not just a metric that when you have your appraisal at the end of the year, well, we didn't hit that target, but don't worry about it, right? People have got to be held truly accountable and have got to take sort of real action. That would be my first point.
Thank you, Robin. You've talked about capabilities. Anyone wants to add on their perspective to this?
I would. I'm raring to go here when I hear Robin's part of the story, and most of it I agree to, actually, because as HR, one of my targets, I would say, or challenges. No, targets is a different perspective. Challenges was ownership of these KPIs, right? And the ownership somehow seemed to lay with HR, where HR had got nothing to do with the direct productivity of the organization, otherwise via recruitment, etc. Yes, but via diversity hiring, let's say, right? Or via diversity engagement, getting them up the ladder, training them to take up different roles. So this ownership never lay with business, and which is why I mentioned, Robin, that it is a bubble which is on the way to burst or has burst, because I still don't find organizational leadership owning these KPIs in a systemic way, not via a Pride Month way, not via a June way, but a systemic way where they are going to be held accountable for those targets. And which is why I feel that there are certain organizations which are doing great work, and there's nothing taking away from them. And I can name a few right away, but then I think all of you know the names I'm going to be talking about, right? And there are a few in India as well in the hospitality sector doing great work, and they're committed to it. But that commitment is not in most of the organizations at a leadership level whom I've worked with or I have engaged with. And there is a distinct failure or not so much of a success when those KPIs are not getting owned at a leadership level. And that was precisely the point I was making.
Do you think people are, senior leaders are sufficiently rewarded for taking perhaps some of the risks that they would need to take around certain candidates?
Are they done today? Maybe not. Should they be? If in case they are serious about DEI, if they're and okay, there's one more point here about meritocracy. It is not about whether they're capable, equally capable or not. It is about, do they have it in them to bring themselves up the ladder, and are we facilitating it enough? Somehow, so I'll start with women, and I'll not take more than a minute here, Navneeta. I know those players, but when we talk about women, right? And when we talk about bringing them up in leadership roles, they're not in leadership roles without having the merit to them, right? They are there because they have the merit to them. But then why did it take us so long to bring them up the curve? Simply because there was no facilitation of the process happening. Typically in Indian countries and in a lot of European countries as well, I wouldn't restrict it to India, there is a natural regressive mindset that women have so much more to do at home that they would not be able to give us the hours. So let us not do it, let us see if we can go without it, unless there was a target pressure that, okay, leadership needs to have 10% of women. Do you agree with this or you not? Aga, Robin, we have seen an upsurge in women only when the targets have been set, but they were still meritorious even when the targets were not there.
Where I am from, we have equal rights for women or men, so we don't, separate. But obviously, coming to Middle East, you can sometimes feel like the president who, if you're in a power position and you give a task, like it happened to me, if you're a manager and you give somebody, for instance, male, maybe Arab country or somewhere, in Middle East region, they would look at you a little bit differently and they would not accept that. So I have experience on my own skin. You know, when you learn to work it and gain that trust. And I notice quite often being a manager and working with males predominantly from like Middle Eastern countries, but not everybody is again the same, where they wouldn't really kind of accept the woman would give them orders, if I may say so. But obviously this has changed as well, you know, and it's also the mindset, how people being brought up, and also, you know, the country itself, you know. So what I like about Middle East, that they're really open-minded, and you know, there is diversity. There are so many women, local women, that they are in leadership roles, and that's really, really inspiring. And I mean, different companies work different ways, but the recent company I have joined, so I can see there's a lot of, you know, they are a European company, but there's a lot of, you know, emphasis on being equal for men and for women, which is fantastic, actually.
And you know, there are two points which sits squarely on my head. One is how are capabilities being defined? Who defines it? The people who hold the most power in any organization continues to define what are appropriate capabilities, continues to define roles, and that entire value chain then gets impacted. So there was this research by Edward Chang, and I'll be happy to share the link with you all at some point. So the research by Chang highlights a very troubling trend on sameness. This is something which I have seen in every workplace, and I have lived in 16 different countries now and worked in many number of organizations. So the trend on sameness, which says that when leadership roles open up, the tendency is to fill these positions with people who look like their predecessors. So what it's perpetuating the sameness, you know, and it kind of continues. This habit, without doubt, stifles diversity, more often than not overlooking people from marginalized and minoritized groups. That's the first point. The other point is you all talked about equality and equality between men and women. The fact of the matter is that men and women are not homogeneous groups, right? There are so many diverse intersecting variables that influences and impact anybody's access to the opportunities and how they kind of evolve, grow, and kind of move on from there. But on this issue, I would love to, you know, take this a bit further. Given how, you know, like I've seen talking about structural inequities again, right? Yeah, both Ega, Robin, Nilachi, you all talked about, you all are seeing more equality in workplaces now, yes, but structurally inequities remain for some groups of the population. There is no two ways about it. So and within the structural inequities, there are many issues that are stubbornly not being even acknowledged by DEI work, right? And caste is one such example. Within the DEI context, caste still remains largely unaddressed. Why am I raising the issue of caste? Not just because there are two Indians here, you know, but because almost every multi-ethnic, multicultural workplace across the globe have multi-caste humans working there, right? And it just like class, caste is seldom kind of talked about there. So, and this is not just in the Indian subcontinent, but like I said, across the globe. So organizations are shying away from addressing caste-based inequities. Conversations are very hush-hush. I tried to open up a conversation here on Facebook, trying to push for folks to, I wanted to understand if people are talking about caste, if Indians and Pakistanis and others in the diaspora here in Australia talk about caste in the workplaces. No, none. So given the urgency to address intersectional inequities experienced by employees and other stakeholders in the world of work, why is this still the case that even in 2024, that issues such as caste are unaddressed? Nilakshi, would you like to have a go with this? And then Robin and Ega maybe can add their perspectives.
You know, even before I sort of answer this question, I would want to understand from Robin and Ega, with your permission, Navneeta, that what is their spectrum of understanding when we say caste? Because only then will my answer resonate with them, else we'll be lost in the discussion.
Yeah, no, I'm reasonably familiar with the caste system in India, and in fact, on various trips to India, I've been quite shocked at the way that it's played out in certain situations. You know, someone who was very polite in the office, when I've gone to a restaurant with them, has treated someone presumably of a lower caste with complete disdain, which absolutely shocked me, to be honest. So I'm reasonably familiar with it, and it does have various similarities with the class system in the UK, by the way, in terms of the perception of the upper classes, private school, what university you've been to, etc., etc. That still plays out in the workplace for sure.
Yeah, which is why I asked, because if you're unfamiliar with the way it plays out, then the answer wouldn't make sense to you. Ega, any sense of what we mean when we say caste?
Honestly, not so much. I'm being very honest, because I haven't really come across this.
That's all right. I think we'll educate you a little bit more about how human beings can exist in this world without having an identity. That's even worse, actually. So yes, when we say caste in the Indian context, it is misunderstood, misinterpreted in various ways, because there are a few sections in the Indian society, right? One is the elitist section, which does not understand or does not want to acknowledge that this is a problem, and it exists in today's India. There is another section which is completely aligned to the thought process of having a caste system, and they swear by it, right? So those are two ends of the Indian societal spectrum that we're really dealing with. I was quite surprised when and there are particular regions in India which are a little more sensitive to this entire occurrence of the caste system, which exists predominantly across India, though. But I did not know initially, and I'll tell you a little story. I had no idea as to how you Bengalis, where I come from, while it still exists within us, but then we're not so sensitive about it, I would say, if I may say so. But there are certain other sections which are pretty much so. So once I was traveling to one of these places with an Indian, I'll not take names here, unnecessary biases and presumptions, but I was traveling to one of the places within India, not so far from West Bengal, and which is a predominantly caste-driven society. And I was doing this workshop where there were about 20 odd men from this place. And I was distinctly, and it was an offsite, so we were away for about 3 days from office, and it was going all well, and it was going fantastic. There was a lot of laughter, fun, learning, all of that was happening. But subtly, I was noticing that there were a couple of them within this group, right? About 2 or 3 men who were constantly at the beck and call and banter of the rest. And I was like wondering, is it just office banter? Is it just like they're younger than us? What is it? What is it that I'm missing? And these were, and when we talk of microaggressions, these were, when I talk about it today, when I think about it today, these were clear cases of microaggressions, which were absolutely acceptable by this group of men. Okay. And then I was talking to somebody outside of that region, and within that group, but this particular person was from some other place, though a domicile of that place. I was like, what is it with these boys? Why are they like always at the beck and call of the rest? And he was like, oh, you are not going to be talking about this here. Not now, maybe some other time. I was like, what is wrong? What is it that I'm missing out of the picture? So apparently they were the lower castes, obviously, which I understood, but which I couldn't figure out because I'm not too acclimatized to their names and their appearances, whatever else. And it is a given in that society, and this I'm talking about 2023, that if you belong to the lower caste, and even if you're working in the corporate environment, even if you are working at par with most of us, mind you, all of them were HODs. So merit wasn't a problem. They were all HODs. They were all doing well. But there were these 3 HODs who belonged to a different caste, and it was a natural instinct for the rest to treat them differently, so much so that it actually caught my attention. Now, this is just a story for you to ponder upon, that how caste is a form of vicious connotation in our country, which we are not aware of in most parts, and 2, which we refuse to talk about even today, and 3, it exists predominantly across the society. So that's my take on caste. Highly unaddressed, highly prevalent, and DEI conversations don't include caste, Navneeta. We don't talk about it.
Yeah, and Nilakshi, just for Robin and Aga, it's not just an Indian subcontinent issue. The reason I raised it here is because, and if you have not read that book, please do. Caste by Isabel Wilkerson. I think it came out 2 years ago. She's an American, Black American woman. And that book is absolutely brilliant, where she, in fact, traces the origins of caste and links it to oppressive systems and structures related to racism. Right, and there was not too long ago, a report by the ILO on how in North Africa, Middle Eastern regions, caste remains a significant factor in workplace discrimination. But the point here is that when we are talking about DEI, it's the easy issue of women and men. And now, thanks to a lot of advocacy and work that has happened, the broader rainbow world, LGBTQI+ and people with disabilities. But for us to be able to push our boundaries constantly on what constitutes DEI and who all are the gatekeepers of that. So advancing diversity requires disrupting. I know I'm using the status quo a lot, but that is what the work on DEI has to be, disrupting status quo of sameness, in order to ensure there is genuine diversity within workplaces. So my 4th question to you panelists is, what has to be done differently by organizations to attract, hire and retain diverse talent?
Can I just make one final point on that disrupting the status quo, because it's a really important point, and let me draw another sort of analogy, and I'll raise it in the context of risk. So some organisations will encourage employees to take risk, and it will be accompanied with, we encourage you to take risk, and we accept sometimes if it doesn't work, then we accept that risk, right? But the reality is it doesn't play out that way. So you take the risk, it goes wrong, the company loses money or something doesn't happen, and then the witch hunt begins, right? So I think there's also this sort of element of, are organizations prepared to take a risk, make change, and really see it through, and then not penalize people if it doesn't then always work. And there is a difference. There is a difference. And I've seen that play out many, many times, where you're kind of encouraged to take risks, it doesn't work out, and then all questions are asked, and somewhere down the line you get penalised. Right?
Excellent point. Ega, Nilakshi, who all within the organization sets the tone for such a risk-taking culture and a non-penalizing culture?
Well, I think it initially starts with the board. I think it comes down through the HR committee, the ExCom, the risk committee.
Starts right up there.
Yeah, it's something that pervades right through the organization, but encourage people to make change, encourage people to take a risk, and actually reward them sometimes when it doesn't work, right? As opposed to penalize them.
No, absolutely. You know, Ega, would you want to make a point here?
Yeah, I wanted to just add on it. So definitely comes from the top. I have seen and worked different companies, obviously, and there is a company who really embraces people to make mistakes. But there are a company who would never accept you to make mistakes. You just need to follow whatever they say. And I remember one time I joined a company and they said, "Oh, well, you can be creative, but within the frame." So it happens because if people make mistakes, obviously the company will lose money, and they will not look in the same way. You know that the employee will be penalized for it, but there are companies who actually embrace making mistakes, because if you don't make mistake, you don't actually learn. You know, and people get scared to make decisions because they're like, oh my God, you know what they're going to do, because I've seen different scenarios.
True, and I read a recent post on LinkedIn, and my perimenopausal brain fog means I'm forgetting the name of the CEO who, when the pandemic started, took a 70% cut to his salary. Dan something, if you remember, if any of you. So he took a 70% cut.
The story, yeah.
To his salary to ensure that all his employees get that minimum 70,000 US dollars per year salary. So what is now, and everybody the world over, a lot of naysayers said, oh, you're an absolute fool, your company is making losses, and look, you're like ABCD. So today he's having the last laugh, where his company has seen, you know, a massive increase in profits because shareholders, communities, and the world at large trusts that here is a company which is humane. So how do we bring the humanity back in organizations? So you're right, leadership sets the tone there. Is there anything else you want to talk on?
Yeah, I had a question. I just wanted to pick on Robin a little. So Robin, when you say that we need to build a risk appetite, what is this risk appetite for? Who is the risk?
I think because I think there are some situations. So let me give an example. We had one of the banks I work for. We were trying to increase the number of females in the workplace in senior positions. And one of the ways that we absolutely went about that is we said, if we had two candidates, we would go for the female candidate.
Right.
Long as that female candidate was within 10 or 15% of the capabilities that were required, right? And that was a positive step we took. So we weren't going to go for female candidates who didn't have the capabilities, but if there's only a marginal difference, then we would go for it. And that actually did have an impact. But there is an element of risk in doing that, right? Because you are, in some cases, taking on a slightly less capable person initially, but in the belief that they will actually grow and sometimes actually surpass their male equivalent, right? So again, there is an element of risk there. And in a really pressurized environment that I worked in, taking that risk sometimes is very difficult because you know, when things don't work, if you have some initial issues bringing new candidates in, people have very short memories. And then, let me give an example. If the mobile app blows up at 3 o'clock in the morning and customers can't get into it, nobody remembers diversity. Nobody says, okay, Robin, the system's down. We don't care. You've done a great job on diversity, right?
Okay, sorry if I'm being a nag, but I have a counter question.
Don't be sorry.
No, but because I know I'm being a bit of a nag. But tell me, what if you would have chosen a man who would have been about 10 to 15% not out there, right? In a similar caliber. So it's not about he or she. It is about who is this person who can take up this position. And what if the man fails? Are you questioned on that?
Your question when anyone fails, right?
Exactly.
Anyone fails,
exactly. Yeah. So why do you need to develop a risk appetite for a woman and not for a man who might also fail?
Because the reality is in certain areas, and let me give you an example, IT. right? IT, and I was going to mention this, there are certain functions where the number of women is still very scarce. Women, so IT being HR is the opposite. HR is dominated by women, isn't it? Right? If you go to any HR function, if you go into an IT department, it's absolutely the opposite. And therefore, when you want to elevate females in the IT space, sometimes there is a bit of a skill gap. Absolutely, but you have to take that risk and take that chance.
No, I totally read what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is that a risk?
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. It is considered
a risk. Is that a risk? Why are we framing it as a risk instead of an opportunity? Why are we having such a binary lens to what should be seen as upskilling broader groups of the population to ensure that development is being enjoyed by all in the same way and not just by the same groups of people?
No, I accept that, and I think opportunity is a great word. With my practical lens, the only point I'm making is that if there are issues in the short term and things don't work, you've got to have a leadership team that's patient, right? Because when things go wrong, things blow up, things maybe don't work as smoothly as you want. People have very little patience. And people very quickly forget those broader, important initiatives that we're all trying to pursue.
Yep.
You know what? It's like an easy kill, Navneeta. It's an easy kill if this particular decision that you made was for a diverse group of population. It just becomes easy to pin the blame. It's just about that, and that is why the risk appetite diminishes with time. So I know exactly what you're saying, Robin. Being in HR, being a woman, I know exactly what you're saying. That's why I said
but then being a woman, being a leader, being a this, being a that, whatever position you are holding, a position of power and privilege, constantly asking yourselves how you are using your power and privilege to ensure that you're not recreating the same stereotypes, not playing into the same bias, not using the same prejudices to continue with the same narratives of these are dominant narratives, right? Which has continued over generations. Andy has poked me saying there are 3 more minutes left. Yes. I would love for you all, what would be your, given that change, humans don't like change. And that's why this sameness bias, that's why that comfort bias remains, right? And therefore, people like you and I, who are constantly questioning and changing disrupting status quo, we get bloody fatigued and really tired. What is your advice, one advice, practical for DEI leaders and practitioners? How can they refuel and keep showing up in spite of toxicity and performative allyship and tokenism? One advice. Aiga?
Oh, it's a big question. So, I mean, I'm looking from my point of view as a coach, really. So, because I help people to develop. So, it really comes from the top, but what we can do within, it's just to help people. And my role as a coach is making sure that people feel great and motivated. And I think that's where your management needs to be really engaged with that as well. So, because otherwise, if people are down, I had before people crying to me, like in one day, there was one time 3 different employees were crying in coaching sessions because there's so much, toxicity in their workplace, and that's what they complain about. But it's really like the mindset of managers that and the feedback that you can give. So, and it's the feedback, and also my role is there to inspire and motivate people. But then it has to be alignment with managers, and this is where you go and give your feedback as well.
Thank you. Robin?
No, I think for me, don't make it ideological, make it practical, and align it to the strategic priorities of the business. That would be my.
Thank you. Nilakshi?
Be at it, be fearless. If you're a DI practitioner, if you are a diverse, marginalized, human being, if you feel so, Stop feeling so and be fearless about your pursuits. There's no other way.
Shukriya, thank you. It is time. Unfortunately, I can have this discussion.
I know.
I just want to end by underlining that DEI work must, first and foremost, end unfairness and bias and discrimination and abuse and mistreatment of all kinds. That is one simple thing. And leaders, you all talked about KPIs, capabilities, leadership, etc. So holding leaders accountable, leaders holding themselves accountable, key. Thank you. Bahut shukriya for you fabulous people, Aida, Robin, Nilakshi, for sharing with us parts of you and the work that you all are doing. Keep inspiring. Thank you.
Thanks for being such a lovely moderator. Really.
Yeah,
Thank
well
you.
done.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, that was an invigorating panel discussion indeed. We explored the evolving landscape of diversity, equity, and inclusion within corporations. So has the initial fervor faded, or has it re-emerged stronger and is it more mainstream? The consensus is clear. Leadership must take proactive steps to champion inclusion. Our panel offered diverse perspectives, shedding light on persistent issues such as discrimination and pay equity that continue to challenge workplaces. We critically examined systemic and structural barriers, underscoring the urgent need for decisive actions and transformative initiatives to propel meaningful progress. And as we conclude, there are profound insights to contemplate and transformative actions to pursue on our journey towards a more equitable future. Thank you once again to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to transition from the collective triumphs of organizations to the exceptional achievements of individuals who are shaping the future of HR. These awards recognize the remarkable talent, dedication, and leadership that drive innovation within the field. The first award is the HR Future Leader Award. The future of HR is bright thanks to the groundbreaking work of our next generation of leaders. And the winner of the HR Future Leader Award is Ritika Singh, Unit HR Head at Hindustan Zinc Limited, Patnagar Metal Plant. Here's Ritika with her acceptance speech. Right. Moving on, the next one is PeopleFirst Leader Award. This award honors a leader who embodies the core principle of putting people first. The winner of the PeopleFirst Leader Award is Garima Kotari, Unit HR Head, Zawar IBU, Hindustan Zinc Limited. Here's Garima with experience.
Hello everyone, myself Garima Kothari. I'm working as a unit HR head for Hindustan Zinc Limited, Java location. Today, I'm deeply honored and humbled to accept this prestigious award. Firstly, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to my organization Hindustan Zinc Limited for providing me such an excellent opportunity. I would also like to thank PeopleFirst HR Excellence Award for selecting me for this incredible recognition. This recognition is particularly meaningful as I stand alongside the other talented individuals who have been celebrated for their exceptional contribution. I am thankful to my senior leadership, manager, and colleague who have immensely supported and believed in me throughout this journey. I also want to acknowledge my family and my team whose love and understanding have been my pillars of strength. Their unwavering support propelled me forward and fueled my achievements. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Garima, and congratulations once again to you. Well, she has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to employee well-being, engagement, and empowerment. Our next winner of the People First Leader is Nikesh Dadich, Head HR, Kayad Mine, Hindustan Zinc Limited.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikesh Dadij. I'm Head HR at Kayad Mines Hindustan Zinc Limited. I'm deeply honored and grateful to receive the People First Leader Award. Thank you to the jury and HR Excellence Award Committee for this incredible recognition. I'm fortunate to work with such wonderful leaders, Mr. Munish Vasudeva, our CHRO Hindustan Zinc Limited, and Mr. Mohammad Ali, our CHRO Mines Hindustan Zinc Limited, who always believe in the power of putting people first, and they inspire me to push my boundaries and pursue harder. This award is a testament to the hard work and dedication of my team who continue to inspire, believe, and support me. Thank you once again for this honor, and I'm really excited what the future holds for me.
It's fantastic indeed, Nikesh. All right. The next up award is Leading Minds in HR Award. Strategic thinking, innovation, and a keen understanding of the ever-evolving HR landscape. These are the qualities of a leading mind in HR. And the winner is Manish Lahoti, HR Head, Rajpura Dariba Mines, Hindustan Zinc Limited.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored to accept this prestigious award as Leading Minds in HR. This recognition is not just a testament to my effort, but a celebration of the incredible team and supportive environment that have propelled me to this stage. As I reflect on this journey, I am remembered of a Hindi quote that has always inspired me. कामयाबी के लिए सिर्फ मेहनत ही नहीं, सही दिशा और संकल्प भी चाहिए. For success, not only hard work, but also right direction and determination are necessary. This award signifies not just a personal achievement, but also the power of collaboration, the strength of shared vision, and the impact of relentless pursuit of excellence. In HR, our role is to build bridges between people, to nurture talent, and to create an environment where everyone can flourish. This involves empathy, strategic thinking, and unwavering commitment. We are dreamers and doers. We envision a future where every employee feels valued and empowered, and we work tirelessly to turn that vision into reality. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to my incredible team, my mentor, and everyone who has supported me along this journey. Your belief in me has been my greatest strength. In closing, let us remember that together we can build a future where every individual reaches their full potential and every organization thrives. Thank you.
That was great, Manish. Clearly, Manish is a thought leader, paving the way for new approaches and propelling the industry forward. Congratulations once again. Well, moving on, Some leaders have a magnetic presence, inspiring and motivating those around them. The winner of the Charismatic HR Leader Award goes to Keshav Sharma, Deputy General Manager HR, Srishti Infrastructures Limited.
Good morning, friends. I'm Keshav Sharma, DGM HR, Srishti Infrastructure Limited. I'm really thankful to the team of PeopleFirst HR Access Award for giving me the Charismatic HR Leader of the Year Award 2024. I'm really thankful to the jury members who have given me the award and find me suitable as a candidate to win this award. And I'm really thankful to Ms. Shagun Mathur, who coordinated me from the start of the process of nominations to the final winning this award and making this process very smooth. I'm very thankful to my board of directors to give me a chance to participate in this and win this award. And I want to give my thanks to overall team members and the good wishes of my well-wishers who has given me the chance to win this award. And the journey from starting from the nomination till the end of the process of winning this award was very smooth, and really PeopleFirst HR Excellence Award team has done a wonderful job bringing and notifying the people around in the HR fraternity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keshav. You clearly possess an infectious enthusiasm for HR, driving positive change and fostering a dynamic team environment. Next up is the Transformational Women Leader Award. And we don't have one, not two, but 3 women leaders. This award recognizes a woman who has redefined what it means to be a leader in HR. The winner of the Transformational Women Leader Award is Madhavi Saripalli, Associate VP Human Resources at Accenture.
Hi, this is Madhavi Saripalli. I am deeply honored for having been selected for this particular award by PeopleFirst magazine. Thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate the jury members, senior HR leaders and HR professionals and esteemed professionals, whosoever is involved in assessing my work and submission. Your recognition means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhavi. Congratulations to you. The next winner in the Transformational Women Leader Award goes to Siji John, Associate Vice President, People and Culture at Aditi Consulting.
Hello, everybody. Congratulations to all the winners here today. Thank you, PeopleFirst HR Excellence Awards, for this esteemed recognition. I'm beyond thrilled and humbled being the recipient of the Transformational Women Leader Award. I would like to thank my amazing team and Aditi Consulting for giving me the platform and to lead and bring in all these ideas which we had into action and practice. Finally, I believe that people are the foundation for any processes, and thinking from a people perspective and formulating process has been my motto. Thank you.
Thank you, Siji. And the final winner for the Transformational Women Leader is Nishat Mohib Usmani, Associate Partner, KPMG, India.
I want to thank PeopleFirst HR Excellence for this honor. I owe this award to my wonderful team, which is working every day purposefully to bring the best in leadership development to KPMG in India. Janani, Chavi, Raktim, Nidhi, Jasmine, Vaishnavi, this one is for you. I also owe this award to my mentors and managers, Sunit Sinha, Nitin Atrole, who empower me to do the best I can. You know, they say change is inevitable, but transformation is a choice. And which is why I feel particularly privileged to receive this award of Transformational Woman Leader, because transformation is something that happens only when intention and execution come together in the best way possible. Leaders who can inspire others to do more, think more, dream more, those are the ones who are transformational in their leadership. And I'm so grateful that I am counted as one of them. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, Mrs. Usmani is a visionary leader, breaking down barriers and paving the way for more women to excel in the field. Congratulations once again, and a round of applause for all of our award winners today. Their dedication and leadership are truly inspiring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a remarkable day. We've witnessed exceptional achievements, insightful discussions, and a true celebration of excellence in HR. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank all the participating companies. Your dedication to pushing boundaries and achieving success is truly inspiring. To our distinguished guests, panelists, and esteemed judges, your invaluable contributions made this event an unforgettable experience. Every participant, whether a winner or not, deserves recognition. The HR Excellence Awards are a testament to the ongoing efforts and dedication within your organization. Every year, we see a remarkable rise in participation, showcasing the ever-evolving landscape of HR practices. This healthy competition fuels innovation and propels our industry forward. This event wouldn't be possible without the tireless efforts of our operational and technical teams, Nasruddin Sheikh, Mudassir, Shagun, Lynette, Mansi, Avinash, Shraddha, Sayantika, Nilesh, and Chinmay. Your expertise ensured a seamless and flawless execution. A special shout out to iBentos for their unwavering support. And finally, my deepest gratitude goes to Nilakshi, Alka Ma'am, Mr. Umesh Rateja, and Mr. Jagmohan Banwar. Your unwavering commitment and guidance since the inception of these awards are truly invaluable. And as we move forward, let's remember the words of Nelson Mandela. The greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. So may we continue to learn, adapt, and rise to new heights in the field of HR. Thank you for joining us today. I'm your host, Andy Brown, signing off. We'll see you next year. Goodbye.